To dinner.
Oh, it
Or to
is,
lunch.
yes, you don't have any
Because otherwise, even if you go with somebody else, you go to somebody else's place, you still got tequila.
Yes,
Yeah,
you have to.
that's the
Cheers.
yeah.
Oh God, I'm spouting.
Cheers.
Which is, don't give the side view, you know what happens to the show. Cheers!
Cheers!
Merry
Merry
Christmas!
Christmas! 2003.
2003. Oh, look at the 2004 camera. Calendar. Yeah.
Yes, that's a bit.
Got your dad all confused, Ian.
Cheers then, old son.
Cheers!
Cheers.
Well, the presents are all nicely decorated around the tree.
Right, okay, fine. Should we... in plastic
In
bags.
plastic bags and
Should I just hand them all out to everybody, or are we doing one at a time?
hand them all out and then we'll open.
Yeah, I think so. Right.
Yes, we are.
Phew, very hot.
Carousel.
Oh, very good.
And I need to.
Am I doing it?
Looks like it.
You're halfway
Oh,
there.
Dad.
You're halfway there.
Yes.
We'll read out who it's from.
Oh, Ian and Sue from Cindy and Jose. Mom and Dad, Ian and Sue. Oh no. Oh, here we go. Mom and Dad.
Ian and Sue.
I think Ian and Sue and the kids or whatever.
Quick picture of the aftermath.
Yeah.
Good, good, good. I knew you would. I told you that time ago, you will get back together. You've just got to let him have his space. Oh, okay. Taking it slowly like you should have. Yeah. And oh, can you hear me? Okay. And you.
Very good.
Yeah, just let him.
And there's Dad reading up on Cape Town, where we're going to be heading off in 2 days.
Slowly, slowly catch the monkey, and you'll have an everlasting. You will. I told you that time ago you will get back together, because there's no way he could say the things he did and just drop it. I just think he might have felt a little bit.
Champagne and orange juice there.
And was around, just everything like that. And now he's had time to think and realise, hang on, I've lost the
Breakfast coming up.
And breakfast is coming up.
Well, for Christmas.
Or
Well, not
ignore it,
so much
whatever.
to everybody, and I'm glad. I know,
Yeah.
and
Nice
my
Christmas
friends, the
breakfast
most
and a nice
biggest
fruity
blessing
starter.
has that been that Mom has made Christmas. And that, above everything, has been the most precious thing. And, you know, and I think
Yeah,
big
look at
thanks to your Mom, and big, you know, Merry Christmases and everything else. And really and truly, and she's just got February to go, eh? And then it'll be her birthday, and we'll get there. Lots of thoughts and prayers. Okay, you too. Okay, lots of love. I see you. Bye, bye, bye.
Natural.
As you feel, don't feel so hot. No, it's gone.
It's getting cooler.
Okay. I do this.
I've got another pair of Christmas earrings, Jan, if you'd like to borrow those to wear for the fun today. They're like,
But
they're
only if
not
they're flashing.
They aren't flashing. Yes, they are. They're flashing.
Oh,
Even though the snowman then.
that'd be fine.
As long as they don't play a tune.
Oh, they don't behave.
Oh, there's Fair enough.
I should take your other pair as well, because they tend to feel a bit heavy.
Oh, I see. I think you should wear the other thing.
One each.
Ho ho.
Oh, what a little... Look at...
Yeah.
There am I. He's a snowman and he flashes. You see him? Flashes him on. Lights, Gran, nothing else.
I was just going to say, maybe she'll take that up wrongly.
That's what I'm worried about. When we walk into the place we'll be going, they're going to say, "Was it the only thing that flashes?" Am I in? You're in. Yeah.
Christmas tree.
Yeah, I can say the other. Yeah, there's button. Oh, can you? Oh, yeah, there's button there.
Well, it stops the battery from going flat.
No. Did you turn it off? I must have done that, because I took it off after the Look at Gran, look at Mum's Gran. Let me just wipe them off, look. There we go. we go. Look at the camera, Gran.
Smile, bub.
You know.
And you say I've got to keep those.
Yes.
That's almost safer than stolen.
Okay.
So fascinated by this.
How do you turn it on then? Do you think by that button again? I was going to say they won't, will they? No. Thank you, Gran. You put it on your arm, and mine both off.
Where's your arm? You know who made this? The neighbour next door. She made it. Let's put it on your arm. There we go. You've got two pretty bracelets on. That's nice, eh? Would you like to look at marshmallow? Yes. I have a horrible
Are we all right?
Here we are at the moment in Colesberg, after an 8-hour travel to here yesterday. Colesberg's like a halfway stop to Cape Town, so that's why we're sort of on our way there. The person here told us yesterday that they didn't have any water for four days, but he's got water because he's got a borehole in a tank. Big long story. So Colesberg's been a bit dry. Very oldie worldy colonial style place in the north of the Karoo, really. And we're staying in the guinea fowl guest house. Which is there. Nice little place, very cheap to stay. Can't complain at the price. And our rooms are here with the door open. That's ours, Sue and I. Mum and Dad are in there. Oh, can't quite see, behind that pillar. Anyway. Some other guests, they're on their way back to Joburg. Front of the B&B. Nice day today, I must say. And there's our car. Next stop. Where is the next stop? Sedgefield. Sedgefield. Which is about 6 odd hours away, I suppose. That's the sum total of the river in Colesberg at the moment. Dry as a chip. It feels very dry. I woke up with sore throats this morning. We're not quite used to it anyway, being quite so dry. The air's dry, everything.
road for miles
Yeah.
and miles. As you can see in front of you, it's just road and very flat. A few hills around and very dry. It's barking in the corner there, and I'm actually doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Bit of blackness from the car coming now. There we go. There's your Karoo lamb. Whoops. Back to the road. We just come out of Colesberg. And there you see the road ahead. Very flat. Just the road. People driving with their lights on. No, it's not because it's not good weather. It's because it's a new thing this year with people travelling. We've been told to put lights on when travelling. Yeah, that's the Karoo. Bit of a This is just to show you what we have on the other side. It's just more road ahead for kilometres and kilometres, as you can see. Flat and then just more road.
This is the road. It is. You see it? There's a meerkat.
No, it didn't. Which side of the road was it?
It's gone. Do you see it, Mum? The meerkat in the road. Right, well, keep your eyes open.
Now we're right on top, still in the Karoo. Just a little bit more of the Karoo.
On our way to Oaksworth.
Yeah, on our way to Ashton, which you can.
Oh, yeah.
Going through the first sight of people for a long time.
very quiet.
Can I stop now?
But your eyes go dizzy.
Yeah.
What's this?
Yeah, stretch your legs all the way.
Well, it's okay, we haven't got far to go before we have lunch.
Oh, yeah. Brilliant.
The acacia. Acacia
What did I
trees.
say?
So Oceanic Pass going to George and the Cape Town. It's just George, yeah.
Only George, yeah.
Only
Cape Town.
George, like Cape Town.
Let's go to the next one. This is the morning of Ian's 21st birthday party, breakfast. Oh, okay. Lovely rugby t-shirts, very nice. It'll be the envy of all the English supporters. Quite late, about 9:30. Breakfast.
Are we playing musical chairs? Yeah, I think so.
That'll find the right chair in a minute.
Where did you end up now? What's the walk and read this end?
Oh, look! Look there. There could be a picture. A picture. Present.
Are we smiling? We're supposed to be smiling for the camera here. Nicholas is saying, come on,
There's Errol.
yeah.
It's me.
Trees around it.
Something.
The last time the weather came down, it also suffered a little bit. And, I mean, I've been expecting it for 3 months now. And I put it down and things starting to fall. It's just gone away. But it makes me worse than normal.
We're sat in a nice courtyard. Inside there is the Ford Fairmont and the Jag.
I live on the edge of this
Full circle. As I can see here, Nicola behind.
So I don't know what you're offering us, that's why we didn't start. Actually, we were scared to.
Don't take any notice.
And there's Nicola.
We're still, I mean, we've got to wrap over the
Shall I stop? Okay. There's Mum feeding a Sedgefield tortoise. Eventually. Right. It's not going to be able to move in a minute. It's going to be grounding its belly pen. Knysna waterfront. At Knysna waterfront just now we're going to end up taking one of these boats, not that one, something like this one, on a trip to the heads and back, an hour and 15 minutes. It's 10:30 and it is boiling. A few clouds about, might change this afternoon. Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. And it is 30th of December 2003. That's quite small in comparison to some of them we've seen. There's a bit of a bigger one there, I suppose.
Right, good morning everyone, and welcome aboard National Waterfront Ferries. Now my name is John, and then we've got Ace, he's our deckhand, and on the way down I'm going to point out a few places for you. So at the moment I'll say sit back, relax, and enjoy the cruise with us. Now the two white buildings coming up here on my left hand side is called the Knysna Yacht Club. And this is one of the oldest yacht clubs in South Africa, the fourth oldest. The oldest one is in Durban, second oldest one in Cape Town, and this is number 3, the Knysna one. And it was established in 1910. And they also said that this is the only yacht club in South Africa that's built on stilts. Now it's about 4 to 6 meters deep where we are at the moment. Going to reach 10 meters, 18 meters, and up to 22 meters down at the Knysna heads. Now the area we're going through now is called the Knysna Yacht Basin. This is where all the yachts used to dock before we had the harbour. And the harbour is 5 years old. Now it's much cheaper to moor your boat outside here. It's about 1,000 rand per month, where you pay inside the harbour 1,500 up to 3,000 rand per month to dock your boat inside the harbour. And with more than 250 different fish life coming in here. The biggest one recorded is 148 kilogram hammerhead shark, and the smallest is the little Knysna seahorses that can reach up to 13 centimeters in size. Now if you look to your right hand side, in the far distance over there, in line with this pole with the red mark on, you will see there's quite a lot of poles sticking out of the water from Chile, Japan and France. Now when they get here to South Africa, they just like the size of your South African 10-cent coin. Now it takes that little oyster 18 months to grow, and for your large and jumbo size, 2 up to 4 years. But, so we actually one of the largest cultivators here in Iceland. Now, like they said, long time before they discovered Viagra, we have oysters. And all the houses on the left-hand side is also an island called Leisure Island. It's also a true island surrounded by water and joined by a man-made causeway. Now on that island there are no more properties left. It's full. So if there's a house on the market, the people buy it, either break it down and build bigger ones. Because most of the original houses on the island, they are very small and old. Building a house over there. The previous one that used to be there was bought and it was smashed down and they decided to build a new one. And most of the people staying on the island are retired people and also very, very wealthy. And it's a very quiet place to stay.
So that's a trip and a half.
It's the oyster catcher.
Oh, was it oyster catcher?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, here we are on the way to Worcester. We've passed Swelland Dam, and Dad's in there somewhere checking out the farm equipment. Just stopped for lunch. We're on the way to Yvonne's now at Cape Town. It's quite a nice little place here. Stopped for lunch, like I said. Over, if we get to eventually, if I can see. Where are we? There. Up there's a few vines. We just passed the Robertson winery, and there was just vines for as far as you could see. Very hot today, almost 30. So the air conditioner in the car has been working overtime. We've just left Nicola and Errol at Simonstown. Not quite sure where they've gone. They're supposed to be in the shot. Anyway, they've shot off. There's evidence that they have been there. Quite close to the road, as you can see. Surprised there's not more people here. Very nice. Ah, there he is. Did you check out the farm equipment? Did you check out the farm equipment? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. There's a little mouse. It's got little stripies on it. Oops. And here they are eating lunch under the vine.
Can't beat it.
Which happens to be up there,
Can't beat
of course.
it.
Somewhere around there was a little bit. I think it's there, can't see. Another car coming.
Heading to Paul. Before we get there, we have to go through a huge tunnel. Huge! Just about to go
Tunnel.
into the tunnel.
Lights are green, headlights on, dirt. Sunglasses off. You can hear them, can't you? Comes the end.
End of the tunnel.
Nothing in that, was there?
Oh.
Daylight.
Oh, ouch. Yeah, I told you it was long, didn't I? It's long, long tunnel that.
Ooh, look, the windsock. Almost where the helicopter lands.
And it's the same weather either side, isn't it?
Yeah. Bloody marvellous, isn't it?
Table Mountain from a different angle. Oh, trees.
Signal Hill is the one on the near the last tunnel, nearest the.
Table Mountain with its table.
A nice view of Cape Town. Vef, which is just there, which is where the cycle race goes. After 100 kilometers you've got that hill, and it sort of goes from the bottom all the way to the top. About, I don't know how far it is, but it's quite far. And that of course is Cape Town.
There's that. Yeah, that's not bad.
No, took.
Oh, yeah.
See, these early laybys get filled up, so we'll just have to. Now we're running through Chapman's Peak, that's just reopened. That's a toll road. This is Norwood. Wait for a gap in the wind. This is Nordhook through Chapman's Peak. And the sea is very cold. a bit more of Chapman's Peak. Well, considering it's New Year's Day, pretty quiet. Hmm. Here we are in Cape Town, actually Bergfleet. It's Yvonne's B&B who we bought the coffee shop from. Walking into our little cottage here, which is where Sue and I are. Of course our fridge is full of beer, of course. Nicely made bed. And postcard writing.
Absolutely, got to keep in touch.
Oh, little quip there. Minding the step. This little step here has caught many a people out. Dad on a daily basis. I fell down it last night. Okay, out there is the pool area. I don't know if you can see it in there, I suppose. Yeah, there it is. And Dad said it's bloody freezing, he's not going in there. And to be honest, don't blame him, toilet, bathroom in there, I'm not going to give you the normal camera toilet shot. Okay, let's move out round here. Oh. I hear Yvonne in here. Knock knock. Hello. Smile, you're on camera. No. I hate these things too. This is Yvonne, by the way. Moving on.
Thank you. Cheers.
To Mum and Dad's pad. I think they're also writing Christmas cards.
Yeah.
Not Christmas cards, what are they called? Postcards. Mum's doing the daily suntan lotion, isn't it? So now, hold it up, now, there we go. 30, whatever. Alright, that's what keeps them all sane during the day. Oh, there's Dad.
Hi.
Joe
Really all
calls.
the job. Right, the garden roots and the wine roots and the wine lands and oh my
That's
God.
good, when we get lost, Dad will know exactly where we are.
Cape Town. The guest house is there right in the west.
Good.
Wait down, you want somewhere to stay.
Yeah, he'll know exactly where we are.
Yeah.
As long as we can get out of here, isn't it? We went round and round in circles yesterday and you don't back at the
Take this.
Yeah, take that with. Yeah, on your arms too. Oh, okay. Hats are in the car.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
Has Sue written the card?
She's written two.
Has she got stamps?
Um,
Because I've got some stamps.
I don't think so. Oh, have you?
Yes.
Oh, okay. We'll save them because we'll put them on. Yeah, because if there's a post office there, then we'll buy them then because you can save those for when we
Okay, well, if
can't
not,
find.
I'll
Then.
put them in the bag.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Oh, camera's still going. No, hang on. I'm still filming you. Oh yeah, still filming. Right. We're back. That's where we had breakfast. Here, somewhere. There. That's where we had breakfast. Under the tree. Right. Next stop today. And here we are. Boiling, boiling hot day at Kirsten Bosch Gardens. We're just here for a quick morning jaunt before we hit Simonstown. Roasting. That grey bit in there. There was a concert last night with Ronan Keating. In Kirsten Bosch Gardens. Oh look, there they are. I bet you've never seen a clock like this before. This is our apartment in Simonstown. I'll take the film quickly before it starts to look untidy. Kitchen area.
There's a bird out there, looks like a cuckoo.
Oh,
And I was wondering.
hold on a second. Okay, where was I? Yeah, this is the kitchen. Dining room. I don't know who's going to be doing any ironing. And we are down. Oops. Somewhere around there. Moving into the lounge area. There's our beds, the children's beds. Picture of whales, because in whale season, November, they come floating by with regularities. Mum and Dad's bedroom. Nice shower and everything, all in there, looks very nice. And then outside here for the view. All looks very nice. Shit! Oh, right in the eye. Oh. Oh, ow. Oh. Okay, well. Oh, and here's the view. Look at that, even the eyepiece has gone funny. Look. Yeah. Of course, now we're further away from Cape Town, so Cape Town is over there. Back there in the foreground is Roman Rock with a lighthouse on it. Nice beach. Water's freezing because it's the Atlantic. Not like the Indian Ocean of Durban, which is much warmer. So these people down here don't seem to find it very cold. But I've been in that very same beach about 5 years ago. Very cold. And the last time we were here, we stayed there, right in the middle of the picture. Very nice place. A bit more expensive than this, but in actual fact I think we have a better view here. And further on around there, a lot further actually, is Cape Point, where we're going to go to. Shall I go through the open door next time? And that's the same view at the night time. Probably isn't focusing too well. See if we can focus on anything over there. No, not really. Ah, there we go. Focus-ish. Not really. In the kitchen. Where? Always goes quiet when I turn the camera on. Yeah. British Airways Jumbo. We're at Boulders Beach, and this is a jackass penguin. They are wild, but they look very tame. And there's its burrow. But a hard night. Can't even stay awake for the picture.
Used to get pennies for those as well. Did you? On the rocks, because with the people coming mountain climbing, used to chase them away.
And in the bush is a Darcy. It's supposed to be related some distant way to an elephant. Can't see it myself. There's Boulders Beach. The only breeding African penguin is jackass penguin.
Look at it.
Hey, he's in the way. Get away, get out of the way. Not quite sure what these two are up to. Don't quite know.
What is it? Maybe this no makes it nice, no? So we're saying, oh, let's just give them the act again, you know. Obviously got to give them something to look at. They've had an argument. They're fine.
Oh no, they're all at it. Oh, God, they're all at it. wagtails. Quite a burrow they get in there. Brilliant. Couple of babies. There you go. Go on, in you go. There we go. Go on.
Stay for life.
Yeah.
Got peak multi-times now. They don't feed during infected. They don't go to sea.
Blacksmith brother.
And then how the very back.
You have no idea. Of course, self-rated.
I don't get extra hand.
Get on. Now this should tell you how warm it is.
And here's old brave man. Cool.
What is that? Yes, please. Yeah. Then you don't need to worry about the condition.
There's signs of coldness around here. Joe, going for a swim?
Oh, that was in the chief. That's the first time for you.
Joe's still saying it's very cold, but he thinks he might tempt waist level. Maybe just the knees. Oh, he is. There he is, chancing it, chancing it. Where's Pam? Oh no, she's staying in the safe. No, the knees, it's got to the knees. He said no further when it came to the ankles, but he's got to the knees.
That's the way to see the Cape. Well stood.
We can come walk down there. Keep going behind. So cool.
As you can see, one side blue, and one side green. That's it. Let's not see the line there. An Indian. Warm. Warm. Cold. Yeah, I'm not going to catch you if you fall.
That looks like a crocodile, eh?
Yeah. Oof.
Did you get a good picture of it? Do you want me to do it?
No, I've got it. Okay, done.
No, it's there.
Funny things. It's like a baby. Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's like a lizard.
Can I come and see it?
Yeah.
I think he's warming up.
I'm sorry, but that is very crocodile-like. I mean, look
There
at
it is,
its
yeah, exactly.
arm.
One? Oh.
The Two Oceans restaurant at Cape Point. Don't know who these two are. They just followed us in.
Cheers, then.
Cheers.
Oh, hang on. Coming back.
Not too fast.
Yeah, look at that. Nice, that's Vintuk Light. That's from Vintuk, which is on the net. No, not. It's Vintuk, not Light. It's Vintuk, which is from Namibia on the west coast. Mum's writing. Are you writing a postcard too, Mum? Don't know.
Ryan and Linda.
Luke, Ryan and Linda.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Right. Right.
Oh, hello, Scooty. Hello. Not too close, love. Good to get the double
Yeah,
chin.
nose close up. Look. Hello. Mum and Dad can't decide over their pudding. I don't know what they're going to have, don't you?
Okay. Right. Yes, thank you. One binoculars, please.
One binoculars.
One sneakers, please.
Bacon.
Oh, sorry, no. Cancel the second one. Lovely.
Papa is good. Wow. Very, very nice.
No, 2 points, right. Then you do a light cream cheese mousse. Chocolate.
Chocolate mousse.
This is nice.
No, I don't want that.
One binocular.
One binocular.
It's not, I don't think it's too sweet.
Hello.
We have another one which is a fruit sorbet.
What do you have?
Nothing, mate. I know when to stop.
Let me try and sell you this. If you don't like it, I won't charge you for it. How's that?
You said about the ostrich, and I must admit I found it very strong, but that's my own tasting. And I should have changed it from the beginning, but I found it very strong.
Very strong.
Yeah.
That's a Cape sugarbird. That was the roof of a car. Very confused.
Shame. Best you go back, Mikey.
Have they moved? Speaks for itself, really. And so does that. Indian Ocean now. A couple of cormorants. Just lovely white beaches. Rained a minute ago. Now the sun's blaring again. Yeah, nice. He just got caught by a huge wave. I think Dad has got caught by the seventh one. Oh, that's increasing. Oh. It's freezing. I've known worse. Who's put?
Me.
Start picking up a bit of kelp. Or try not to root it. So it's going to be flat. It's going to be flat on your back in the water in a minute. Go back, you'll get cut off.
Look at all the cormorants over there.
It starts heading this way. Okay, well, your window should be up. not what a baboon should do.
And another Cape sugar bird. Should be a better picture this time. Oh, gone. Train, we're taking the train into Cape Town. Along the... Well, it goes very close to the sea, to be honest. Looks like they've beaten the graffiti at their own game and painted it themselves. Crikey, now we're off. Whew. Okay, so now we're on the trip to Simon's Town, which goes right on the side of the sea. Quick change of plans, we're supposed to be going up Table Mountain today, but it's too windy, too misty, too everything, and anyway, we've had a lovely time at the, wherever it was. Quick, it's nice to go. Looking back at Simon's Town, we're probably a little bit more around the corner where we're staying. That's Mother. Having had 4 bottles of wine at the tasting because she liked it quite well. And there's Dad, very quiet because he had 5 bottles at the tasting.
Right, Joe, do you know what you're having?
Oh, sorry.
What sandwich did you have there?
Yeah, sandwich, please. Yeah.
Which one?
Oh, no. Where are we?
I'll have...
Okay, I'll have the toasted cheese tomato
Ham, cheese and tomato.
I'll have the bacon, cheese, tomato... No, what? Bacon, cheese and 2 eggs. On one. Thank you.
1 ham, cheese and tomato. White or brown? Joe?
White or brown, then?
Brown, please.
Brown.
Yeah.
And you have ham, cheese and tomato on whole. 1 ham, cheese and tomato. 1 ham, cheese and tomato. That will be on white and brown. Whole. Apple tomato.
Yeah, look how close the sea comes, do
Yeah.
Do you want a glass?
better way.
Yes, please.
See how close the sea gets?
Yeah.
It's quite a trip, isn't it, really?
Oh, it is.
When you think of it.
Smooth.
It's tapering, though. Yeah. It's tapering.
Would you like to take anything in particular?
It's much hotter now.
You've seen that one.
I don't know, there's juice.
The thing is, when you come to watch it back, you've only taken 30 seconds of it, you wish you'd taken more. At least you can fast forward a tape.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Castle?
Castle.
Because we are Castle.
Castle.
The tape's coming to an end. Could you please get the other tape out of your bag?
Oh, that's the lighthouse we can see from the bedroom window.
Yeah.
Up there. No, you can't see.
That's the lighthouse we can see from our
Balcony.
balcony. Train stop. First station. Bishop Station is where we had lunch the other day. It's a nice tidal pool there. What are you looking at?
Oh, yeah.
That's where, this is where we walked. This is the beach we walked on coming up.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
No, it's not.
You see the end of the train? We went on bed.
The bays, it's all nice, isn't it?
Yes.
Whatever that says, can't read it. Very quick, flashing by in there. Just in there. Lovely view of the car park.
Yeah, see, I'm going to set up the tent. No, that's right.
Let's looking back at Bishop.
Joe, there's Simon's Town to your left.
Yesterday,
Yes.
I can't believe you could see it was as calm as a milk.
Now I know where we were.
You could see so, you actually don't get a true impression because the sea was so clear. Now it looks all murky. Anyway, that's how it is. Looking back on Simonstown, you don't realise it's so big. Here, that's Simonstown. And a little bit more to the left, a little bit more to the right. Carry on around the corner and you end up at Cape Point, which is where we were yesterday. Where are we now? Do you know where we are? We're still in Bishop. This must be Bishop. At Kalk Bay. K-A-L-K.
Then coming on your right is Brass Bell, which is the restaurant that people keep recommending that we should take.
Kalk Bay, there we go. The sea's quite rough, isn't it? A bit angry today.
Yes.
Do you know how calm it was yesterday?
Currently, yeah, it's called Brass Bell, and some of the people sitting there in the ring,
The brass bell, there we go. Just saw a sign for it. The brass bell. That's where we're going to go. Hopefully. Tomorrow. And as we're not very hungry today, we're having toasted sandwiches on the dining car. They had a very nice menu. Other than this.
Did you order the cheese? Should I take it off? Thanks, coming on like that.
We're on the way back. That's the way Newlands. Frigate. See how far it is.
Mother, you've got the thing for the
Everyone should know how popular English football was in South Africa. There you go. Call that and get your Manchester United Barclay card.
distance, you see the Lesotho Mountains. Is that correct, love? We're on our way to Clarence, hopefully going through Golden Gate. Messages. Just enter Golden Gate. Right. Off to the hotel. Gate Hotel where we're going to stay. You want a picture?
Sorry. No.
We're now at the Golden Gate Hotel. Can't drive any further, so this is where we're staying, and it's very nice. So, nice balcony out here, which overlooks all this. Lovely view. Golden Gate National Park. Right hot. Mum and Dad store balcony, which is sort of there, and they're in there somewhere. And just in case you're wondering why you haven't seen me, and just in case you're wondering where I am, here I am. Blaring sunshine, lovely, bye. There's a storm now at there's a storm now at Golden Gate. As you can hear. Otherwise it goes
Golden
very
Gate.
quiet.
Oh, we just left Golden Gate. After a nice rest, night's rest. On our way home.
You also need the fire to take the seed. Last year. So they are starting to
I think the car sign says it all. This is where we are at the moment. Dad's still changing his film. Busy old day today, so wherever you go there's other tall cars following. One more coming. And the pass is straight up there. That's where we're going. All the way up there, zig, 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 zig. Up to the top. It's very much a 4x4 track. And this fella here seems to want to do it in his own car. Must be a hire car. This lorry here has taken all those sharp bends at the top, and it's a lorry full of wool.
for the winter so that they can. But those who have cars, they are just
Oh, yeah.
their cars.
Yeah.
Yeah. 12 apostles.
No snakes here, up here.
No, they're clever. It's too much like hard work up here. Your eyes are going to hurt when you watch this back on the TVs.
Okay. You can go and stand there, you will see the border post, south border.
And we're actually going all the way up there into that zigzaggy spot. There's Dad examining his sandals. He's just fallen flat on his bum on the looster. You need 4x4 sandals up here.
Cannot be broken while he's tightening tying the firewood. Dumela and Tate.
Yeah.
They are coming to fetch the
What?
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You see this yellow grass, this they have to change the roof. After 3 years, they have to put the new one every time with the suit.
So quickly you climb, you can't believe it. I think the passengers take all straight.
Every after 4 months,
Oh, look at this bird here.
changing the tire, changing the new one, changing the new shocks.
Yeah.
Every after.
Yeah. Yeah.
To me.
Tanda Bantu men
Yeah, yeah.
to love people.
Love.
Tanda Bantu, love people.
Part of the road of Sarni Pass. Just about get it in.
Is there a toasting? Look at the size of these guys.
Stop catching a good in sweets.
Come, kids.
What do I find? I wonder.
Come nu.
Where is it?
Det kan vi.
There you go.
Okay.
You've got some.
Give us
You
some
could have
more.
knocked
You
it.
don't want them.
Ja, well.
So, must be local. Yeah, it doesn't look so steep on the way up.
A bit more of a gore blimey going down.
Yeah.
We hurry, there is a car which is following us.
Okay. Done. Done. Are you done?
Yeah, let's go.
Hang on,
Yeah, hang on.
Okay. All right.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I think it's higher there. It's higher. Yeah, they higher. You see the sticker on the window, on the right hand side, that little yellow.
Between the flashes of thunder, here are the two dogs. Flashes of thunder, flashes of lightning, that is. Bit of a storm brewing. That's a cutie. And there's Smiler. Hey, psst. These two seem to play all day long. Having had a lovely time in Sarnie Pass now. Suddenly it's starting to rain. Everything's perfect timing. Just get back, it starts to rain. Thunderstorm, the whole lot. These two don't seem to mind the storm at all. Getting wet. Time to come in. Oh, flash of lightning. But it's not raining at home because you need the rain. Hello, you. Oh, Mum's done one again. If you want to know where all the arguments are caused when you're on holiday, it's doing the ready crossword. There's about 100 of them in his book.
It's your turn now.
Oh, my turn. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Hey, my turn. False alarm. Alarm wasn't my turn. See what I mean? That's where all the fights start. Zoom in, see what's going.
No, big fight now.
Yeah. Right, your turn.
Right.
Don't mess it up.
Okay, come in. Probably can't see at the moment, but outside these doors are the two dogs waiting to come in. It's pouring with rain. There's Nasha. Oh, and there's the other one. Oh dear. And they just want to comfort him. How cruel. That was my boy you'd be writing. The boy under the blocks. Would be inside. Right there. And over there, there's a crocodile. And it's got a cow. Okay, I can't quite see. You might be able to see it. Obviously it's fallen in the water because the river is in flood a bit. Spate.
That crocodile has eaten because it is huge. Can we ever see it? He is wide.
Where's the crocodile?
Right next to him.
First giraffe whilst we're munching our crunchies.
baby. Oh, it's so small. Come
Oh, you know, you try and find the deer at the same time as...
Look at it. Through the tree here.
Oh yes, there's a little...
Can you see it, Pam?
Mm.
Sweet. When I said I saw a bird, it was actually the ears of the giraffe.
Oh.
Do you want a picture, Joe? Where is it in the pocket? You can't pass it? But just put them here. Put them all here. Where's your camera? Just put the grapes here. Oh, these babies, look!
Mm.
Little. Hey, look.
Oh, they're little babies.
Someone's got a limp.
Oh. God of that.
Oh, look, it's got a poor leg.
There's a zebra crossing here.
In the tree or on
And the brown on the
Right.
water, yeah. Sheep are there.
A hamcock. Family. And here's Weaver's making its nest. Somewhere, can't see. Oh, here it is. Good bit of a fight going on there. And a rhino in there.
In the front. Okay, there's
What?
More sweets. What's that now?
Oh no, it's
Just in there. There's another one. It's in there somewhere. Okay, we've got elephants all around us now. And we were told at the park to be very careful because all the cars are getting charged. So I've got my eyes on every blooming thing there. There's one there. And this one over here somewhere. Sorry about that. It's just moving through. Just keep.
check at the babies. They keep coming. Look at them. They keep coming. Yes.
Are you watching them crossing in front?
Yes. And look at them coming. Check, 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 check.
Oh, right.
Joe, I'm just flicking.
Oh, there's a little baby. Oh dear, he's not too old, is he?
Oh, sorry, you're going to have more of just thing, but yes.
Okay.
I'd like to open the door and take a better picture.
We can't really, because he's here. Look how many's coming. Yeah, get on. I've never seen so many.
I
Well,
have never seen a herd.
We sacrificed breakfast for this, and it was a good sacrifice.
People, can I tell you?
No.
There's one right here.
This one's right there. Oh. Can't you turn the flash on?
Look, rather look.
I was down looking for a elephant.
Ian.
Just don't talk.
Oh, Ian, let's get out of here, please. No, Ian, can we go forward a
No,
bit?
we can't, because the other way we're going to get caught here.
No, let's just go forward.
So far there's 19. Are you still counting?
No, yes, just these.
Let's just stop here.
So many is there in total so far?
24.
24. Oh, lovely. Never seen so many in one go. Yeah. Go back a little bit, see what else is here. Oh. 'Thanks. Oh, really?
I'm sure he's locked up a little bit more.
Surrounded by the birds. Doing things. Are you still keeping count?
Yeah. No, I've lost it.
It must be easily 30 odd now, over 30.
This one's coming straight through. There's another one coming up there. Which one's the first? Got it with its trunk up. I hope it comes out.
Close encounter. That's a huge one.
Ian. I think we should go back, please.
Yeah.
Ian, go.
Difficult to drive him.
No, Ian, I think just...
It's alright, he's just...
No, he's not.
Look at he's I can reverse quicker than he can run.
I've actually been lucky nobody's come. Yeah.
Yeah. This is the road on the way to from Far Hyde. Yeah, I think he's chivying them all up. Little baby in there, look. Crikey, look at all that. And that's clear, that's not, I reckon we're right with about the 50 odd mark here. Jeepers. That is amazing. Well.
Yeah, you do.
Where's my camera? Don't get the pictures.
Ian, I think it's us go.
Put it in reverse a minute. Okay. Quick.
Scrooges? No, let's go. Scrooges?
He's miles away.
He's not. Okay, he's stopping, it's
Yes.
fine. Scrooges?
He's miles away.
No, Scrooges.
Yes. Oh, no, it's time to move.
Yeah, like now. In, like now. In, please. We're just reversing out of the pathway.
He's not looking happy, this fella. Oh, and he's in must too.
Scrooges, can we go then, please? Yeah.
That's got to be 50 of him.
Scrooges, he's going to encircle us.
That's the biggest one, isn't it? That one there. I mean, look how big they are. Oh dear. I've always got somebody bringing up the rear. Dear. That was absolute. Disc is full, put another one there.
Just the ones I use?
Yeah, those ones. That one in the left.
There's about 53 or so who've crossed the path.
I know, I saw you. You quickly went.
I hope you've got more underwear.
No,
No, not
no.
that way. No.
Now what have you seen further down?
I saw,
Yeah, I saw that.
And what have you seen further down? Yes. No wild dog. Because they say they're down there. Did you see cheetah? No. Lion around in Pila Camp. That was there last night. No, we've arrived.
This one, I don't think he's too much part of the party. He's like to hang
He's
on.
alone, I'm sure.
There's another one down there.
Oh, sweetie, look at it.
Tiny little thing.
Let me do it without the... Oh, look.
Here.
There's a cuckoo. Ground's a cuckoo. Red-chested cuckoo.
Oh, look at the ones in the...
Oh dear, little bees. Wildebeest. Or Ganu.
The blue wildebeest.
Blue or black?
Oh, and also coming across will be some warthog. They just shot across now.
Where?
It's coming, I don't know, they shot from there. I don't know if they're coming along.
Are we going back then? Where'd he go today?
The baby might be back. That baby is a baby. They're all coming back this way, I wonder why.
We're lying down there, isn't it?
Yes.
Can't find it in the camera now. Where is it? Come on.
Yeah, that looks like the golden tinker barbet.
Are they gone?
Yeah.
European roller. There's a hyena in our camp. There he goes. How do you think? Look at that. Show you, there's Sue, right there, shining the torch. There he is. Look at that. You don't get to see them much like that at night time. To show you. Where are we? I get Sue in the picture. There's Sue. Oops. Oh shit, now I've lost it. Ah, there he goes. Yeah, there he goes. Okay, in there, this is the remains of our supper. Shine it on the floor a bit. Okay, on it. Yeah, that was it. That's supper. Spotted hyena. Yeah. How close are you going to get? nothing wrong with that. Dear, dear, dear. Okay, turn the torch off a bit. That's where the meat came off. Just down there. Now I was going to see what's on there. Look at that. Hey? Look at that. Wonder what was on there. Well, that's where it came from. Shine it on him. Come on, focus up. Okay, you go next door. Also something in the camper. Bloody rhino, look at it. Big bugger. Shine it on its head a bit so I can...
Shame, I feel sorry because...
It's too... Yeah, they've got primitive eyes. Okay, well that's quick.
That's Ian fiddling with his hat. He thinks he'll get. I don't think it's big enough though. I think we need to get it a little bit bigger. Come by the pole. I think it suits him, don't you? Ian? Oh God. How's that for a wallow? It's so many, how many degrees outside, Ian?
It's 35.
It's 35 degrees outside, and this is what it's good for. At least we have the air con going. But this old bullet says no. I think I'll
That's
stay
about
there.
there.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Look at that.
Alright,
Isn't
Sue, I've
that
got the camera.
spectacular?
Not yet. I can. That's it. There it is.
Hello.
Check the look we got.
Yo, look at that. They must be nice and cool.
Put a jerk right there. Chick, 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 chick.
Is he fleeing?
Lovely. Well done. Okay. Now, yeah.
How's that one doing the...
Tidal wave. When the battery's going flat.
It's not really.
Wait, no, wait, look at this, look at this.
Dead. Wildebeest or something in the water. The crocodiles eat it every now and then. Very nice feast. water buck crossing the road.
So it could have been a water bucket crocodile head.
Yeah, it might have been.
Just look at those horns and it's got the
Yeah.
white. Let's go look.
Just shine the torch, soon see. Just shine out the window. There. Come on, Berlin, but I think the thing was tame.
Fast asleep,
I think you're blinding it. No.
Ja, dat is ook veel.
Yeah, I think that chicken from last night's finally taking its toll. There's a secretary bucket of the steering wheel, but can't.
Got it.
Oops.
There's a side window coming.
Don't see him that close.
Okay, we've seen something different. Shame, I wonder where the dad and other person.
Yes.
Going in front, a bit shaky, driving at the same time. There's oops. There's somewhere. Where'd he go?
You could get to the side of him. Oh, disappointing. Oh, shit. Which one's now used and which one's not used again?
Use the ones in with the camera.
Are they used or not?
Use the ones that are in with the camera.
Trying to know.
Oh, lovely. Got to pay for that.
Oh, I just missed that. You said what are you doing discs on this one?
You got it ready?
I have it's not working.
Chase him off the...
I'm checking on his doing his window. Up and down, up and down.
Yes, you didn't notice that. Go on, push it over. You can do it. Evo. Oh, there goes the block.
That's how he does it. No, I wasn't sure how he did it.
Tusk straight up. Look at that. There it is.
Just like that.
No, I know. So I wondered with that trunk, surely he couldn't have done it. See, she wastes.
Yeah. Come back to that. And there's a leg of one. There's a step or something. Bone or something probably. I don't know.
It's got a black underneath.
Koran or some sort.
I've got two here. So it's got a bit of yellow one.
No.
It's a bit yellow. A bit lumped.
Just to prove that hyenas are actually in the wild. There we are. There's one there, and that's not the one that comes to us at night time, I doubt.
Front legs are too
Very
long.
opportune, there's Flight of the Bumblebee in the background. And that there, the pygmy kingfisher. Not in any hurry to go anywhere. There's two there. Crested Franklin.
Highlights. Prepare for a glimpse of hell on earth. From the mud of Europe to the dust bowls of the Sahara, the Dakar Rally, only on Supersport, your channel of champions. Sponsored by Total Quartz Lubricants.
The Dakar is now well and truly underway. We're into Africa. Richard Sank, the reigning champion, had an off in the stage. Whilst Ari Vatanen was speeding through the stage. There is just no stopping the old fox. Now, yesterday, after the short 9-kilometre stage on the beachfront at Castellón, there was an enormous road section of some 511 miles down to the port of Algeciras, so that everybody could jump on the boats and cross to the Straits of Gibraltar and then into Africa. All of the bikes were loaded on, together with the few quads, then the cars, and of course, the trucks. They literally went in 2 by 2. Finally, the ropes were set loose and the Dakar was floating away. Passport control was on the boat, together with a chance for everybody to catch up with some well-deserved food. And of course, because it was night, there was a chance to catch up with some well-deserved sleep. Stefan Peter-Hansel swapped notes with Andrea Meyer, whilst it took some of the guys about a couple of hours to prepare the row book for today. Jutta Kleinschmidt had her physiotherapist just checking her out, whilst other people had a rude awakening once the boat got into Africa. Not only was the boat full of Dakaristes, but also quite a few spectators who had made the trip across from Europe. It was a warm welcome from Morocco. The stage today, stage 4 of the Telefonica Dakar 2004. Road section of 145 miles, then a relatively short stage, about 47 miles, and then another 276 miles down to Erechidea. Now, the winner of yesterday's stage went first on the road, and it was David Fretinier with the Yamaha 450 two-wheel drive bike, bike number 12. Essentially an enduro bike, not really up to the full spec of the pure rally raid bikes such as KTM have got, but hey, he's got a 100% record so far this year in the Dakar, 2 wins out of 2. He lost his way though, he was well down the order in 39th position. Finishing the stage, but in all sorts of trouble, was Nani Roma. He was 23rd today, and I don't need to explain why. The bib mousse on the inside of the tyre had completely thrown itself. He finished the stage on the rim, and he had to struggle on the road section to get to this evening's bivouac. Now this is Richard Sankt, and this is a major moment already in this year's Dakar. The reigning champion having an enormous off at well over 65 miles an hour, over 100 kilometres an hour, and Sankt has injured his left arm. He's had 7 stitches put into the arm this evening, and he struggled through the rest of the stage with a bike that was damaged quite considerably. Sankt eventually getting to the finish line, but in 30th position, some near 7 minutes off the pace of the winner. The winner was, though, from Italy, Fabrizio Mioni, the 2-time Dakar winner and the sole KTM Works rider on the 950 Twin. Throughout the 47-mile stage, Mioni kept the throttle open to win ahead, 43 seconds ahead of the rest. However, it may have been dry in some places, but it was very, very wet in others. The growl of the V-twin reverberated around the trees as Mioni sped his way to 2nd overall after today's win. 2nd today was from South Africa, Alfie Cox. He was the man who got the single-cylinder KTM just those 43 seconds back of Mioni. Speaking to him at the finish, he said, "Well, I really was trying on that stage. I was going pretty well indeed. But also, these riders had to compete with some very, very cold road section conditions today. There was snow over the top of the Atlas Mountains, and Cox, among many other of the riders, was very, very cold before he'd even got to the stage." Esteve Puyol out of Spain was 3rd on the stage today, but more importantly for him, he's leading the Dakar overall in the motorcycle section. He's got a lead of 14 seconds ahead of Fabrizio Mioni, but only after he had gone through a ford as deep as this. Check this out. Now here's Scott Harden out of the USA with the Red Bull KTM machine. He had a small off, but he was okay. Got to the finish in 15th position. Paul Krause in 22nd. They're going strong, and they're going well, together with Charlie Roseo in 41st position. Other people were in all sorts of trouble, particularly the quad. He managed to get it out eventually. Podlipny out of the Czech Republic had to rev it and rev it and rev it. He might be in need of a shower this evening. Here's Andy Caldicott. He's in his first ever Dakar, and the Australian got through brilliantly today. 4th position on the stage. He's 12th overall. He may have a lowly start number, but he is going to be one to watch throughout this rally. Winters out of Latvia. Kind of stage that he may be used to up there in the north. 5th today, 6th overall from a start number of 183. Here's Cyril Dupre. Nothing much to report for him today, except that he finished the stage down in 12th position. He's 3rd overall and positioned very nicely indeed. Going into day 2 of Africa, which will be day 5 of the Dakar tomorrow. Now, there was a 5-kilometre section that was changed on today's stage, and it meant that the riders and drivers and trucks had to go over 13 kilometres of tarmac. And the V-twin of Fabrizio Mioni managed to clock 200 kilometres an hour on the tarmac. That's 124 miles an hour. He's on the twin, of course, whilst the singles, similar to this of Giovanni Sala, could only top out at 184 kilometres an hour. These things are quick. Now, this is Sala managing to get through the ford, but still finding that he had water in his boot. Sala today 17th position. He found it very difficult indeed to judge how deep the water was. John Brucey in the background, Gauloi's KTM number 9. He opted to go around the edge to find a line that was not so deep. He had an enormous off in front of Sweden's PG Lundmark. PG was ready to stop to help him out, but he just jumped to his feet and carried on. Brucey 8th today. Here's Carlo Dugavado, 6th on the stage today. He's 9th overall. So then, on the stage, Mione taking his first win of 0-4 ahead of Alfie Cox, Esteve Puyol, Andy Caldicott, a new name on the Dakar, and also Winters in 5th. Esteve Puyol therefore leads overall, some 14 seconds ahead of Mione. Depre still in touch, as is Cox and Mark Coma. Yes, says Mione, it's the first real stage in Africa today. It was very short, not really that important for the overall ranking, but I still had a little trouble to find my best rhythm, because we've got to ride a lot further from now on in.
That was really the best of the best. It was incredible. A real rally stage with very nice ground, a lot of grip, and in the sand in between the trees. But I tell you, everybody's going to have a smile on their face. It was really unbelievable. The last 10 kilometers was the same from 92, I think. So, but a little bit better on the road, and yeah, it was really fun, and I had a lot of fun. I enjoyed it.
Now here's Richard Sank this evening in the bivouac. He says he's got 8 stitches actually in his arm. It's no good because the arm is part of the body, of course, which works the most on these rally raid bikes, but I have to wait and hope that I'm going to be better tomorrow.
Mais bon, il faudra serrer les dents et espérer que ça ira mieux demain soir.
The reigning champion. BMW are in the Dakar for the second time with their X5. Debuting last year, the diesel-powered car has since won a round of the Rally Raid World Cup, proving they can run well up with the best of them, with Gregoire Demavius and Luc Alphonse. Testing in Morocco last October went well to produce the car at the start of the Telefonica Dakar 2004. Built in Frankfurt, it looks very similar than last year's car on the outside, but it still looks a lot like the stock car. Still running with its straight-six diesel turbo. Erwin Weber, team manager, saying we've put some new things on the car. We've changed the suspension geometry and the subframe to help. New shockers on all of the corners as well. The weight distribution is now 50-50 front to rear. Demavius saying we've worked on the handling of the car, the suspension especially, as the car was kicking up. New wishbones and a new lower centre of gravity as well. We've really gone in a direction to make it easier to drive over the bumps and the holes at a higher speed. Alongside Demavius is French Olympic skiing champion Luc Alphonse, who's adopted motorsport full-time, with not only rallying but Le Mans 24-hour duties as well. He clinched a top 10 finish last year after a terrific fight back from nowhere, including winning his and a diesel car's very first stage. Demavius was easily third last year until a hidden rock broke his steering, forcing him out. The former Group N World Champion hopes he'll have a slice of the cake this year. Alphonse is looking for just as much glory in events that he takes enormously seriously. A hero in France, and now a hero on the Dakar.
J'aimerais bien qu'on arrive pour l'équipe à mettre les deux voitures dans les
I
5.
want the team to get both cars into the top 5. I think that's realistically possible, but I'd really like one of them to get a podium spot. With no orders between myself and Grégoire, so we can just help ourselves get to the finish.
Il n'y a pas de pilote 1, 2, etc. Donc on s'entraide, on s'entend vraiment bien.
BMW are the only diesel car out of the top runners, meaning they carry less fuel at the start of the stage. That could be the ace cars for Grégoire de Mavius and Luc Alphand. For the cars today, Ari Vatanen started 14th at the start due to his finishing position yesterday afternoon. Now the guy starting ahead of him was the Qatar driver, Al Attiyah. He was in the regular Mitsubishi whilst Vatanen was chasing him hard with the brand new Nissan. Eventually Vatanen got past and he was going over the crests similar to the crests that he finds on the Thousand Lakes back home in Finland. By the time he got to the finish, though, it was Vatanen who clocked up his 50th, count them, 50th Dakar stage win. It's his 11th Dakar. He's driven with Peugeot, he's driven with Citroën. He made a return last year with Nissan, and there is just no stopping the wily old fox. Soon he was up with the brand new VW Touareg of Jutta Kleinschmidt, who started 3 minutes ahead of the Flying Finn. Vatanen got to the finish a mere 10 seconds ahead of the rest. He's 4th overall. The early morning mists over the forests in Morocco, and also the snow-swept mountains of the Atlas. History all around us as history begins to be made for 2004 on the Dakar. Six-time Paris-Dakar winner, but on 2 wheels. Stefan Pederhansel was 2nd on the stage today, but he leads the rally overall by just over a minute. It really is nothing in it. It's early days on this year's Dakar. We've had our stages in Europe. We're now into Africa, but this is only a 47-mile stage. We have got a long way to go in this year's 6,868-mile event. Mickey Biasion, 2-time World Rally Champion in the 80s. He was 3rd on the stage today, but he's 2nd in the overall standings, backing up his teammate, Pederhansel. Colin McRae, 4th today, and he's 6th in the overall standings. The 1995 World Rally Champion is now into rally raiding, taking a sabbatical away from the WRC, but the Nissan has surely got the best sound of the Rally Award. McRae said at the finish that he found the stage similar to some of the stages on the Safari Rally, in which, of course, he has been victorious twice in the WRC. Hiroshi Matsuoka, the reigning champion and 2-time winner, 5th on today's stage, but still within 50 seconds of Vatanen. It was very close over the first 5 over the line here on the Dakar today. Matsuoka, 5th overall as well. Neil de Villiers still running with the sponsorless bonnets after his role on the 2nd stage back in France. I'm sure some stickers will be flown out soon. De Villiers, though, out of South Africa, 6th today, 9th in the overall standings. Grégoire de Mavius with the BMW diesel, finding that the torque was suiting him well on today's stage, 7th on the long, long straights. Still quite a heavy car, this X5 of de Mavius and of Luc Alphand, just a little heavier than the Mitsubishis, But will that diesel engine be able to get the advantage by the time they get to Dakar? Well, Jean-Louis Schlesser has won the Dakar twice. But this year he's gone for a larger 4-litre V6 in the back of his self-built, self-managed, self-driven buggy. He's gone for the larger capacity to go for the torque as well. Luc Alphon, 9th today, just one position behind Jean-Louis Schlesser. Luc Alphon victorious in one of the Rally Raid World Cup rounds in 2003. Here's Servia. He won the opening stage, stage 2, going a little wide on this particular corner, but nothing to write home about. Bruno Sarbi, teammate to Jutta Kleinschmidt with the brand new Volkswagen Touareg, built out of Wolfsburg in Germany. 15th was Bruno Sarbi today. Sarbi out of France, former rally hero, running with Britain's Matthew Stevenson, who drove for Luc Alphon last year alongside him. Here's Jutta Kleinschmidt, the victor in 2001. She won with Mitsubishi then. Of course, she's been with VW for the last couple of years. We're on board now with Thierry Delaverne in his Nissan. He says to us, it's all going well. Stage not bad, good pace that I've got, but I had a puncture. Even though this stage is quite smooth, I really got caught out. It's good, it's okay. Notice that Delaverne's taking the wide line around this right-hander to try and avoid the ruts before the co-driver is directing him to take another cut through this left. Through the dust and through the smoke from the forestry. Now we're on board with Isabelle Patissier, former French climbing hero, now in the Dakar for the second time. She says to us on board, that was a big water splash. Water was quite deep, caught me out there, but it's okay, I'm happy, I'm enjoying myself. Co-driver saying this one's not so deep, so you can crack on, it's okay. Keep to the right, keep to the right. But further on, she's saying, well, this is the Dakar, we're into it now. Vatanen, win number 50 on a stage after 11 participations in the Dakar. There is just no stopping him. He won ahead of Peter Hansel, Mika Biasion, Scotland's Colin McRae, and Hiroshi Matsuoka, 5th today. And also 5th in the overall standings, but it's Peter Hansel at the top, ahead of Biasion, Mitsubishi 1 and 2, Grégoire de Mavius with BMW in 3rd, Vatanen 4th. Hiroshi Matsuoka saying it was a short stage, our first in Africa. It's a stage I like very much. Slippery, but quick as well. I made some mistakes in some places with the navigation, but it was okay. At the end, I eased off a little because I didn't want to make any more mistakes. So, it was good for us, we finished well. It was a good test for the car. It was good, I'm happy, we're ready. Grégoire de Mavius saying I'm happy to be here. We did this stage a couple of years ago, but it was far more slippery this time round. Everything was okay for us, but we had to overtake some bikes, and a lot of them were rookies. They all race together, so they don't look behind them. And it's very difficult for us to overtake them safely, so it can be very dangerous. We were quick without risks.
A lot of very, very long straights and some very nice twisty sections in between, which was quite nice, and also a bit of thick sand, but all in all a nice warm-up stage. At least you could get into your rhythm, so we enjoyed it.
Harry Vatanen won today's stage, but his first Dakar was back in 1987 when Peugeot bolted out of WRC and came rally raiding. He won first time out, taking 3 stages en route to winning with a 2:05. The following year, he took another 4 stages before taking another 7 and the outright win in 1989. It wasn't without troubles, though. He rolled the car on one of the stages and had to really struggle with, as you can see, an awry rear wheel. He was younger then, but he hasn't lost his speed. His third win in 4 years was a little later with the longer wheelbase 205. They just cut shut the Group B car that made its debut on the 1984 Corsica Rally. Winning with the 405 in 1989. Of course, he was on the podium with Bruno Berglund with the customary glass of milk. In 1991, 4 wins from 5 starts put Vatanen into Dakar history with the Citroën ZX. Barry Cape Town left him a little further behind, but not without another 6 stage victories. He went off to be a member of the European Parliament before returning last year, 2003, with Nissan. And as always, he put on a show for everybody watching the Dakar. Stage 5 is tomorrow from Ereshkigal down to Ouarzazate, a road section of 56 kilometres, that's 35 miles, and then a big stage, 210 miles, and then another road section totalling 357 miles in total. We are into Morocco, we are into Africa, the Dakar is well underway.
From the mud of Europe. A total of over 575 kilometers from Ereshkigal to Ouarzazate. This stage brings together nearly all of the difficulties which the competitors will face. The start of the special is very arid and the tracks are sinuous and rocky. Then, gradually, Africa unveils its charms as the route reaches the first wadis, canyons and kilometers of sandy tracks that lead the competitors to the highlight of this first part of the rally, the Erg Chabib, an essential element of the race's passage through the Moroccan desert before a very fast end of stage. Let's look at the highlights. Prepare for a glimpse of hell on earth. From the mud of Europe to the dust bowls of the Sahara, the Dakar Rally, only on Supersport, your channel of champions. Sponsored by Total Quartz Lubricants.
Stage 5 of the Dakar 2004, Stefan Pederhansel decided today to get his foot down. Richard Sankt was struggling after that massive 65-mile-an-hour crash he had yesterday. Stefan Pederhansel, once he got to the finish, was in trouble. Will he be able to continue? Now, yesterday, Ari Vatanen, the 1981 World Rally Champion and a former 4-time winner of the Dakar, returned to the bivouac in Ereshkigal to a hero's welcome. 50 stage wins out of his 11 participations in the Dakar. And the team very kindly brought him a cake, of course, with 50 candles. Harry here saying, I'm so happy, so happy. 50 stage victories is just amazing. The speed that I've got is always there. The pleasure is always there as well. It reminds me of another reason to enjoy life. Back on the 47-mile stage that Vatanen had just been victorious on, some of the other drivers were navigating their way through the mud, through the water, and some of them only just around the corners. Here, though, we're following René Metsch, former three-time winner of the Dakar back in 81, 84 and 86. He won with a Range Rover, then the Porsche 911 and then the 959. He says, well, we've had half a roll, and when the thing came back onto earth, it landed on the front wheel and it's completely made a mess, as you can see, of the drive shaft. Look at it, that drive shaft all mixed in with the wishbone. And he says it's not going to be an easy problem to repair. Now, Metsch is co-driving with L'Equipe newspaper reporter out of France, Bernard Chevalier. He tells Chevalier to write his report and then give it to a passing car. And as you can see, the problem very fundamental at the front left. The locals came along to have a look, but the donkey wasn't much use. The aptitude of Metsch's mechanical skills coming to the fore. And talking to one of his team, he says, he gives them a report, he says, listen, I've taken the drive shaft out, that's why I'm so late, I've put the wheel back on, and now we're just about to leave. Quick swig of water, and he's off. René Metsch, still in this year's rally. Other people weren't so fortunate. This is Shinji Kazana, the motorcycle rider number 108. He was airlifted out, but will be okay. Now, on board with the trucks, this is what it looks like when you take a wrong slot at a junction. The stage is actually coming in from the right, but this truck has gone the wrong way. Now they rejoin Rally Route itself for a further bumpy ride. The trucks last to go through the stage, the bikes going first, with the cars, of course, in the middle. And can you imagine what 12 tons and 800 horsepower looks like when you're a cameraman? You run the other way. Colin McRae kept his foot far down to the floor and put on a good show. The DeRoy trucks kicked up the mud, whilst the xmas was doing well as well. On board with one of the Dutch crews. Fortunately, no water coming into the cab. Whilst the X5 nearly came to a complete halt. It was very, very deep through the water splashes. Some of the motorcycle riders, it was over and above their knees. The Latvian buggies had a bit of a shock. Very safari rally-esque. Today's stage from Ereshidia down into Ouarzazate. We're still in Morocco. 35-mile road section after a very cold start this morning. Then the first big stage in Africa, 210 miles, another long road section totaling 357 miles today. Now, the reigning champion, Richard Sankt, had a big crash the day before today's stage. And at the start, all of the attention was to the reigning champion. He says, I'm in a lot of pain with this arm injury. today really is the day. It's going to be a decisive day. Maybe I get to the finish, maybe I stop. I just don't know.
Donc, on va voir. Je pense que ça va être une étape un peu juge de paix, quoi. On va voir comment ça se passe.
And as we climbed over the plains, not only did the scenery get more and more spectacular, but the first dunes came over the horizon. Today's stage really did have everything in it. It was twisty in some places, there was a little damp sand in others, there was sand such as this with the camel grass on the edge of the road, and there were the dunes themselves. Not for very long, but it didn't stop. Esteve Pujol out of Spain with his Repsol KTM, speeding through the stage to be victorious, and therefore extend his overall lead in the Dakar 2004. An example of the twisty stuff. And this motorcycle, when it's half full of fuel, is still 200 kilograms, but it doesn't stop. Isidre Esteve Pujol chucking it about. His teammate, Nani Roma, was second on the stage, just 16 seconds behind Esteve Pujol in nearly 3 3/4 hours of running. Nani Roma, with number 4, gives us a wave. Actually, he gives Mark Comer a wave, because Mark Comer waited for Nani in the stage so that they could ride together, the faithful teammate that Comer is. Roma, 4th overall. This is a different bike, but it's still a KTM. Two-time winner out of Italy, Fabrizio Mioni, gets cheered on by many spectators who have come from Europe here into Africa. And Mioni, 3rd on the stage today, is 2nd in the overall standings, just 36 seconds back of Isidre Esteve Pujol. A real growl to the 950 twin. The bike of Mioni will really find its legs once the planes get going, and this is a perfect example of how difficult it can be for Cyril Desprez to follow in somebody else's dust. Cyril Desprez, though, managed to eventually pass Larry Roesler on the stage after 80 kilometres to get to the finish, to clock 4th position, 42 seconds back of the winner. Now here's Andy Caldicott out of Australia. It's his first Dakar rally, and he comes from South Australia, from a town called Keith. Only 2,000 people in his hometown, but they have put together some 80,000 Australian dollars. That's about 40,000 euros for Andy to compete in the Dakar. He didn't quite find enough money last year. Instead, he did Morocco Rally last year in the World Cup, and he's had a brilliant result today. He was 5th, and he's 7th in the overall standings. Caldicott got to the finish ahead of South Africa's Alfie Cox, but Cox is 5th in the overall standings, nearly 5 minutes off the leader. Here is Giovanni Sala on the Gauloise KTM number 7. Sala riding a twin this year as opposed to the single he had last year. Much better stage for Sala today. Here's Carlo De Gavado. De Gavado saying he really enjoyed the stage. He was grinning like the proverbial Cheshire Cat once he got to the finish. He's on form. De Gavado, 9th on the stage. Here's Pal Anders Ulvasæter out of Norway. Just rounding out the top 10, not only on the stage, but also in the overall standings for the shy Norwegian. Very difficult indeed to navigate your way through the dust, and of course you then get held up, and this is an example of Andy Caldicott catching and then passing Ulvasæter. Now here's Richard Sankt. He had 8 stitches put into his left forearm last night at the bivouac after that enormous crash. He was in pain. He finished 8th on the stage. Esteve Puyol victorious on the stage, just 16 seconds ahead of Nani Roma, his teammate. Fabrizio Mioni, 22 back, Dupre, and then Andy Caldicott. But the top four away on their own. Caldicott, an excellent result for the Australian. But overall, Esteve Puyol has a lead of just over half a minute ahead of Mioni. Dupre in touch, just a minute back. Then a bit of a gap back to Roma and Cox.
Estoy contento porque
the overall leader is Idre Esteve Puyol. He says the first part of the stage was difficult because there was a great deal of dust. I was behind Alfie and it would have been a bit too risky to overtake him. I then did manage to overtake him. That was at the first dunes, and after that the rest of the stage was fine. Nani Roma, second on the stage today, said it was a very complicated and difficult stage because we knew it was going to be a very fast 350 kilometers. It was hard. I did the first 60 clicks quite slowly without taking any risks, but later I was able to up the ante once I knew it was safer. I don't know my result, but the important thing for me was to get through this stage safely.
I had a good day today. I enjoy these tracks where we follow tracks. I did have a little problem with some navigation. I got lost once and did lose some time, but I think the other guys had a bit of trouble as well.
It's good for you to ride with a top pilot?
Oh, it is always good to have those. They've had so much experience on this sort of conditions, so it's fairly safe with their tracks, and it does help a bit riding with them for sure.
The start of the stage for Stefan Peder-Hansel in the Mitsubishi, together with his rival and teammate Hiroshi Mashioka, the reigning champion. Now, after yesterday's first stage in Africa on this year's Dakar, Stefan Peder-Hansel said that he felt right, and he discussed things with the Mitsubishi squad, and they gave him the all-go and the thumbs up to go flat out on today's stage, and that's exactly what he did. Immediately into the first big stage of this year's race, and Stefan Peder-Hansel got to the finish the victor. A few dunes on today's stage, but it didn't stop Hiroshi Mashioka attacking, but he didn't know how fast Stefan Peder-Hansel was really going to go. Mashioka second on today's stage, losing out to his teammate by just over 4.5 minutes. The pair of them first and second overall. This is Mickey Biasion. He finished 8th on the stage. He's 7th in the overall standings, but the drama started at the finish. This is Stefan Peder-Hansel and his co-driver pushing this 2,000-kilogram car out of the control area. It's about 100 meters from the stop line to then get out of the control, and it's illegal to push your car not under its own steam in this area. And we have since learnt this evening at the bivouac that Peder-Hansel has been given a 30-minute penalty. You may remember, you Dakar hardcore fans, that Jean-Louis Schlesser had a similar penalty a couple of years ago, but it was actually 1 hour. Moving on, we go to the BMW of Gregoire de Mavius and also Luc Alfond. De Mavius third in the overall standings, just a little ahead of Alfond. The pair of them split overall by about 30 seconds. This is Ari Vatanen. He started way down the order today he started first on the stage today, but Servier caught him. Vatanen, though, ran into problems later in the stage. He had trouble right from the word go with the car's inflation-deflation system for the tyres. And co-driver Juha Repo saying that they probably started the stage with the tyres well overinflated. Here's Colin McRae. He got lost, and many other people were lost as well. A lot of people got lost in a village today and lost a bit of time. McRae 6th on the stage today, but he's 8th overall. De Villiers, he had a good run. He was 3rd, and the best of the rest behind the Mitsubishis. It was very close on the stage. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th positions split by just under 2 minutes. The snow was on top of the Atlas Mountains, but down on the plains, there was no wind at all. The dust was hanging in the air like you wouldn't believe. Jean-Louis Schlesser, two-time winner of the Dakar before, he had to take avoiding action after he said some children had blocked a stage just for a bit of fun. Maybe he just wrong-slotted. But anyway, Schlesser had a good run to be in touch with the front runners, 7th on the stage, 6th overall. The two Volkswagens in the shape of Jutta Kleinschmidt, she was 12th, whilst Bruno Sabi was 23rd today. They're easily in touch. Nasser Sal Al-Attiyah, he's in the top 10 in 9th. Now here's Mark Miller with his American Pro Truck. He surprisingly got stuck in this dune, and we caught up with him to find out why.
Tire inflation system is not working, so there's no way for us to know that the tire pressure wasn't down, so we're going to lose 10 minutes, 15 maybe. It's stupid.
The Baja specialist very angry indeed, but at least he didn't have the car on fire, such as Pierre Lartigue had got. Further down the order, the first dunes were giving people a real taste. What a contrast in one stage. The dunes, some damp sand, some rocky plains, some very twisty descents. And if these dunes are anything to go by, some of these guys have got a long job ahead of them. Now we're on board with Eric Fage, and he's very, very annoyed. Thank goodness this is a translation. He says we've got some problems with the suspension. It's really, really bad. Or words to that effect. The whole thing's coming apart. You know, I'm doing 1 hour of work here, 1 hour of work there to try and put the thing together because it's coming apart. I'm so angry, I really want to cry. Feels like I'm in a washing machine.
Ce qu'il y a, c'est que c'est le Dakar, comme on dit. Regarde ça, regarde, regarde. Regarde comme elle saute. Regarde ça, regarde ça. Vous avez vu un peu? Ah bah après, c'est une vraie machine à laver.
So Peter Hansel ups the ante, but he is in trouble because since these results have been given to us, he's got a 30-minute penalty. Masuoka, De Villiers, Alfond and De Mavius all in touch. Peter Hansel overall, Masuoka De Mavius in touch in 3rd, just as he was last year. That BMW diesel going well. The pair of them together ahead of De Villiers.
C'est toujours pareil.
This is Peter Hansel in the bivouac this evening. We did a good stage. I haven't seen the overall, but I think we're going to be in trouble with the liaison. It gets me a bit twitchy, a bit nervous. We were very, very stressed at the finish of the stage, and then we pushed the car, but maybe it's going to go better now. Alfond saying, good special, good stage. It was described in the road book as a complete resume of many different stages, all in one. Concerning the dunes, well, it rains a lot in this part of Morocco, and there were a lot of people showing the way, so the navigation was actually quite easy. We just followed where the spectators were standing. It was okay for the first cars, but afterwards it's going to be very difficult for the other runners. Vatanen, he said after a few kilometres from the start, we felt a problem with the air, the compressed air. I don't know why, but it put too much air into the tyres. They nearly exploded one by one, but happily it stopped right after the 3rd tyre blew up. We've only got 3 tyres of spares, and we had to change all 3 wheels. We tried to measure the pressure on the 4th tyre, but it was too high for even our own gauge. Volkswagen are on their second Dakar, but this year they brought along their brand new Touareg Dakar following their newly launched road car. Testing went well in Morocco mid-November. Jutta Kleinschmidt and Bruno Sarbi clocked up 4,500 kilometres. That's as good as half a Dakar over a full 3-week test. New for this year is former DTM race winner Chris Nissen as the team manager, who told us it's been a great deal of work. The road car and the Dakar car may look similar in some respects, but underneath it's a completely different kettle of fish. Nissen here saying we've obviously made an enormous difference from the normal road car to our rally raid car. The normal road car is a 4x4 and has the ability to drive on and off the road with plenty of space for the whole family. The rally car, though, is specifically built for the Dakar and, of course, doesn't have any spare space left. We have less weight and, of course, a lower position for the driver. We built the car to be as competitive as possible.
Insgesamt das so gebaut, dass wir so kompetitiv, so erfolgreich sein können wie möglich.
The Touareg Dakar runs a 5-cylinder 2.3 turbo diesel, essentially using one bank of cylinders from the V10 road car. Linked up to a 6-speed sequential X-Track gearbox, it produces just over 235 bhp and nearly 500 Newton-meters of torque. Last year they had 3 1.8-litre turbo diesels, but were hamstrung with a lack of top speed and a few problems with reliability. But even so, with Jutta Kleinschmidt and Stefan Onraad, they were able to finish 6th overall and be the leading diesel at the finish. But 2001 victor Jutta Kleinschmidt is looking forward to this year's event. She's in the new car. Testing has gone well. Not much time for shakedown and bedding in the car since it's been built, but she says that I hope to get the Volkswagen all the way to Dakar. We haven't had that much time to prepare this year as, of course, it's a totally new car. We hope to be in the top places come Dakar and maybe better. Who knows? We're going to see. Jutta Kleinschmidt drives once more with Fabrizio Pons, whilst French rally hero Bruno Sarbi has Britain's Matthew Stevenson alongside him. Volkswagen, the Touareg Dakar 2004. As the scenery got more and more spectacular, the trucks barely had time to look at it. They may have enjoyed the open plains of today's 337-kilometre stage, but down the descents, it was very, very tight indeed. Come the finish, though, Vladimir Chigin was victorious, just 4.5 minutes ahead of Gerardus de Rooij here in the DAF Dutch-built machine. He, of course, running with his father, who we believe has had problems on the stage, yet to have a result through at the time of this report. Momentum is everything with the trucks, and Chigin used that to his advantage. Just look at the speed that he carries through the dunes. It almost is as if the film is speeded up. And let us not forget that some of the competing trucks essentially chase vehicles for the competing bikes or cars. Stage 6 is tomorrow as we go further down south in Morocco. A road section of 109 miles, stage of 218 miles, another road section of 172 miles, making a total mileage of 500 miles. That's 803 kilometres tomorrow. The further we go south in Morocco, the hotter it gets. Join us for more Dakar very soon.
Day 6th of January. Now, over 800 kilometers from Ouarzazate to Tantan. Once again, Morocco promises to be a fulfilling race, with specials that require exceptional driving along unforgiving tracks, where the slightest error may be decisive. This new stage between Ouarzazate and Tantan is there as a reminder. The pace will be very high from the start, but the drivers will soon be obliged to ease up to avoid the cairns and many bumps that litter the route. This is where it will be important to know how to drive fast and yet be constantly alert so as to reach the finish in one piece. Let's look at the highlights.
Prepare for a glimpse of hell on earth. From the mud of Europe to the dust bowls of the Sahara, the Dakar Rally, only on Supersport, your channel of champions. Sponsored by Total Quartz Lubricants.
Stage 6 of the Dakar 2004, and the likeable Italian KTM Works rider Giovanni Sala is out. It's been raining down here in the south of Morocco, and it's caught a couple of people out. Whilst Colin McRae has done 2 of the longest stages in his entire career, and now he's shedding parts of the car. Right, just going back to what happened 24 hours ago. We're on board with this motorcyclist at the start of the stage. And after having had a quick conversation with the marshal urging him on his way. And the onboard camera on the top of the crash helmet gives you a bird's eye view of what it looks like in this part of the world. That's the outside view, and that's how much dust a truck kicks up. There was literally 7 or 8 different types of surfaces in the stage yesterday, and still people had time to hit a tree. Other people were in all sorts of other trouble, having a bit of an off, as this Italian rider, and he is a little bit dazed and a little bit confused. What day is it, he says, on the Dakar? Very confused indeed. Now, he's actually looking at his own reflection in our camera lens here to see how thick his lip is. Feels a bit numb down that side. You can see the bruise is going to come up well. You can see it. Whereas Patrick Zanaroli, the boss of the Dakar, comes to his aid. And as you saw, not only was it wide open plains yesterday, but very narrow tracks, particularly for the trucks. De Roy having no problem at all in his home-built DAF. Now back with this injured rider, the medics saying, listen, you've lost your memory, it's normal. Slowly, you are going to recover and remember things again. Okay, what's your name? Tagneti Germano. What's your birthday? 12th of March 1960. Where do you live? Standard set of questions when you've had a bang on the head. Where are you? What day is it? And where do you live? Falling at the hurdle. Other people were falling, as we will see many others were to join him. And this is where the trouble kicked up. Some of the spectators bought machines slightly less suitable to do the Dakar with. But the locals were there, and they were well prepared for those who were not so well prepared. Amos Garcia running into problems. And then once the motorcycles had tried to go over this erg, then the cars came along, and we catch up with Shinji Sano out of Japan, running with the machine to try and keep forward motion. very, very, very soft sand indeed. And the look of apprehension, or is it terror, in his eyes. You're stuck, and we've hardly begun Africa. And when you got 12 tons of truck, compared with about 200 kilograms of single-cylinder motorcycle, it is literally another kettle of fish. Shovel's not the idea. It's going to have to be JCBs. Now, with this Bowler Land Rover hybrid, it didn't even travel its own length. He says, I'm not able to get through, does Claude Serret. I don't know why, because we've reduced the tyre pressure, but the sand is so soft. But we're not alone. Oh no, you're not. Shinji Sano, though, getting the locals fully involved. Other people were losing water out of the radiator. So the water supplies were well needed. And for the first time in the Dakar 2004, the planks were brought out. The locals here saying, you're going to have to try over there on the left a bit, because now so many cars have been through here, it's making things harder and harder and harder. And again, the bowler goes nowhere. Shinji Sano still stuck in the sand. Filming himself. We'll catch up with what he said to the camera in just a moment. Whilst the trucks have got to keep their momentum. But the trouble is, like you got to get the momentum up.
It's like flour for baking a tart or something.
Fesh. The very, very fine sand that is just like talcum powder. Sano, though, found it a little too much.
Yeah, it's like shut up. Yeah, it's good.
He said it would have been better to have stayed at home with my mum. Today's stage on the Dakar, we go further south in Morocco. Stage 6, a road section of 109 miles, then the stage of 218 miles, and then the final road section of 172 miles. For the motorcycles, the stage from Ouarzazate to Tantan started quickly, but the multiple Enduro World Champion out of Italy, riding the Gauloise KTM number 7, Giovanni Sala, had a big off. He went literally head over heels, but was knocked out for about 10 or 15 minutes or so, according to the other riders that came alongside him, and he was soon taken away. He says in the medical hospital here, while I was in a corner with some small dunes, I found a stone in the middle of the road. I tried to avoid it, but the front wheel hit it, and the rear slightly kissed it as well. And I just went up, and I think I've broken my ribs. Now, for the other riders, particularly the rookies, they were, as you can see, in big trouble. A dry riverbed had recently received some rain, and as we have heard from the competitors, not only today, but yesterday as well, there are some sections on the stages that are very dry and others that are very wet, particularly deep as well. Look at this. The front wheels completely disappearing and other people just teetering on the edge before they fell over. That is how deep it was at one particular crossing. The rookies were in big, big trouble, trying to get it started, time and time and time again, trying to turn it over. Top dead centre, just won't work. Narrow parts of the stage today were marked in the road book that you must not leave the stage. However, the man who kept it absolutely flat out was Nani Roma on the Repsol KTM number 4. Roma sped to be victorious at the end of today's stage of 172 miles to clock a time just over 3.5 hours. He remains second overall by just 2 minutes. Isidre Esteve Puyol was second on the stage, and he's really being, I suppose, the dark horse on this year's Dakar. He's riding the similar machine to that of Nani Roma, but remember that Roma had those rear tyre problems a couple of days ago, our first major stage in Africa. Esteve Puyol leads the rally overall. Now, out of Australia, Andy Caldicott has raised money from his local town to be in this rally, and he's come away today with a 3rd position on the stage. 6th in the overall standings. Caldicott has done absolutely spectacularly well so far. 2nd on last year's event was Cyril Desprez. He was 4th on the stage today, about 15 seconds back of Caldicott, the Australian. Nothing much to report from Cyril Desprez, the 2003 cross-country rally world champion. But this is the kind of terrain that Desprez enjoys. It's the technical stuff that suits him down to the ground, whereas other riders in the Gauloise KTM squad find it very difficult indeed, particularly Richard Sankt, who is still suffering with an injured left forearm. We will see his problems later. The growling V-twin of the Italian Fabrizio Mioni came home on the stage in 9th position, but he retains his 4th in the overall standing, still easily in touch, 4.5 minutes back in the overall. Out of South Africa, Alfie Cox. It's his birthday today, the 6th of January. He had a small present given to him before he left South Africa by his 5-year-old son. And he opened it on the stage today at one of the refueling points and discovered that it was a torch from his son. And a little note saying, "Daddy, if you get lost, you can find your way home." Alfie Cox, 6th on the stage, and he remains in 5th overall. Carlo Dugavado, out of Chile, no problems for him at all, although he found it a lot harder today. Not much navigation, very fast for the competitors, and of course Richard Sank still struggling with that injured arm, finding it very difficult in the cold morning air. Nani Roma, victorious on the stage today. Esteve Puyol in touch. Andy Caldicott, what a results from the Aussie. Cyril Desprez and Carlo Dugavado. That was the stage, but in the overall standings, Isidre Esteve Puyol, the Spaniard, leads from his teammate Nani Roma by just under 2 minutes. Desprez, Mioni and Cox, they're all in touch. Nani Roma, the victor of the stage today, saying, well, I was in front and I'm happy because I really didn't have to race in any dust. The important thing today was to get through today, because tomorrow is going to be one of the biggest stages of the entire rally. I'm very happy, the bike is good, and we're going out of Morocco.
Bueno, hoy he tenido una mala suerte increíble. He roto
The
los dos
overall
strips de
leader
la moto.
is Idre
El
Estevez
primero
Piol
en
saying I had some
100 y el
problems with my
segundo en
road book
180.
twice.
Llevaba un buen ritmo, iba
First
delante de la
at
carrera
around
y
100
nada,
kilometers
he
into the
llegado
stage,
al CP de la
and for the
gasolina
second
como he
time
podido,
about 150 k's in.
con
I
el
tried to
GPS, y luego allí
repair it when I
venía un
arrived
minuto y medio
at one of the
detrás, y
CPs
le
with
he
my
dicho a Nani que
GPS,
él
then
fuera adelante,
at the refueling
y
point.
yo ya
But
le seguiría
Nani
con el
arrived
porque
and
era
I
imposible
followed
hacer
him.
la navegación.
It was impossible to
I had a good
navigate
result today.
otherwise.
I was very, very happy with that. I was a bit disappointed. I had a fuel problem just before the refuel stage, and I lost a bit of time there with the bike stopped, but I got it going again. So I was a bit disappointed with that. I don't have any expectations other than hopefully have a good run and keep going and try not to have too many problems from here to Dakar. And obviously getting us to Dakar is our aim. That's what we hope to do, and with a bit of luck we can be there. I don't want to try and get wound up in racing the factory riders. They are very, very good, and I think I need to just keep riding my own race.
After having won 6 Dakars with Stefan Pederhansel in the 90s, Yamaha have made a semi-works return to the Dakar with their revolutionary two-wheel drive machine. They kicked off in style, winning the first 2 stages in Europe. French Enduro champion David Fretenier in his first Dakar, taking it absolutely in his stride with the 450cc machine. But here he's explaining to us, well, we've got here, you can see the small hub on the front and the 2 feeder pipes then coming down this fork to bring the hydraulics towards the hub, which has blades inside, rather like a turbo. On the other side, we have another engine placed on the final drive out of the gearbox to supply the hydraulic pressure. That's the system, very small and very tidy.
Comme il est réalisé, donc c'est très petit et vraiment très propre.
The bike, 450cc single with about 48 horsepower, 160 kilograms with the two-wheel drive system making up 6 kilograms extra.
L'avantage de cette moto, c'est que
says the advantage of the bike is that it's very easy to drive. One can accelerate very early out of a corner. It's very stable.
Notamment dans les grandes accélérations, dans les grandes courbes, on peut accélérer vraiment très fort. L'avant tire légèrement à la roue arrière et ça permet de faire des glisses vraiment très régulières, donc aussi de se faire vraiment plaisir en termes de pilotage.
The drive going to the front is never more than 50% of the total horsepower, but the target for Yamaha and for Fretenier is to get to Dakar to prove the reliability of the system. And hey, maybe Yamaha are looking to return with a full works team. Stay tuned. Now then, big drama right from the word go with the cars on stage 6 of the Dakar. This is Jutta Kleinschmidt, the 2001 Dakar champion with the brand new Volkswagen Dakar Touareg. She's gone through this river crossing, and as you saw, the bow wave came completely over the bonnet of the car, and the thing has come to a complete stop. 5-cylinder diesel turbo, and it wouldn't even turn over. Jutta Kleinschmidt immediately getting out of the car, walking round to the front of the vehicle to try in vain to see what has happened to the brand new machine, and it's going nowhere, and it's going nowhere fast. It was all too much for Jutta.
I think we get water in the engine, so we have to see, but it looks like, you know.
Now this is Ari Vatanen. A couple of minutes later, he's gone through the same water splash. And Fabrizio Pons.
Our engine is dead.
It's the same as
Why? You didn't see me.
Fabrizio's saying to Ari, you didn't see me. She was trying to warn him before he went through the riverbed to take an alternative route. And Fabrizia upset, of course. She's the co-driver for Jutta Kleinschmidt about her own retirement. She's upset for Ari as well. Here, Ari is getting in touch with Philip Vonberg, saying it's okay now, but just be careful of the water. Of course, fellow Nissan teammate. Vatanen in trouble, the car going nowhere. Vatanen eventually getting to the end of the stage, but losing 2 hours and 43 minutes. Now, here's Matthew Stevenson.
I'm not sure how it's pushed in. Normally, it's one big bolt. You need a big socket, and they're very tight. Take them out.
take them all out, turn the engine for a long time, get them all through. Right, that's it.
Stevenson, the co-driver for Bruno Sabi, teammate in the VW camp to Jutta Kleinschmidt, whilst Fabrizio Pons continues to try and warn the other drivers away from the particularly deceptive place in the riverbed. You can't believe it. It's wet in some places, it's dusty in others, but it was no problem at all today for the reigning two-time Dakar champion out of Japan, Hiroshi Mashioka. Completing the stage in 3 hours and 9 minutes, he was the victor. He leads the Dakar overall this evening, ahead of his teammate, Stefan Pederhansel. This is Henil de Villiers out of South Africa. He was second on the stage today, just under 3 minutes back of Mashioka. The rear wing bolts had worked themselves loose, and eventually they all gave up the ghost. I suppose it's the fastback version of the Nissan, losing its rear wing. The same happened to Colin McRae. Likewise, Stefan Pederhansel didn't have rear wing problems, he just had puncture problems. Pederhansel fourth on the stage today, just a little bit further back from Colin McRae. McRae in 6th position overall. Pederhansel in touch, 2nd position. There, out of shot goes Gregoire de Mavius, making his way through this riverbed. 5th on the stage, 5th overall. 22 minutes back in the overall standings is de Mavius. He said it was a stage to be careful, getting ready for tomorrow's monster stage. This is his teammate, Luc Alphon, 6th today, just a minute back of de Mavius. Jose Maria Servia won the opening time stage on this year's event. He was 7th today, 8th overall. Al Attiyah out of Qatar, 9th in the overall standings. Here's Jean-Louis Schlesser, bouncing his way through the rocky but very wet riverbed. Mark Miller out of the USA with his Pro Truck came home in an excellent 10th position in the overall standings today. He's having a very, very good run. Not like Miki Biasion, an enormous role for the Italian with his Works Mitsubishi. He had such a role, he lost all of the wheels. He was stuck on the roadside doing what he could to try and stay in the rally, but as you can see, every corner damaged. Mickey saying I was behind another car in the dust, and there was this big compression, and it kicked up at the back and it just went right on its nose, and then we just went end over end over end, and we lost 3 wheels in the process. It's a big mess. Big mess though for Luso Palik out of Poland, out of Hungary. Look at this, 5 complete rolls. But Mashioka was victorious on the stage. Nearly 3 minutes ahead of de Villiers. Colin McRae, what a brilliant 3rd for him, ahead of Pederhansel, who had problems with the punctures. Gregoire de Mavius with the BMW, 5th. That was on stage, but in the overall standings, Hiroshi Mashioka leads ahead of Pederhansel, de Villiers, Alphon, and de Mavius. Hiroshi Mashioka, the winner of the stage, the leader overall. He says, I'm happy to be in front leading this rally, but I think that's not the most important thing for the time being. Dakar is still a very, very long way away, and we got a great many difficulties still to come. We're in front of the Nissans, that's okay for us. Very proud to be ahead.
Well, it was very, very fast. Very, very rocky as well. A lot more rocks than yesterday, so you really had to be careful not to get any punctures. But we had a good day. We just went through a river in the middle of the stage, which was about this deep, about 1.5 meters, 2 meters deep, and I could not believe all the water in the middle of the desert. But we managed to pass through there, only just. But all in all, we had a good day. No punctures, no problems.
Yeah, we followed the two BMWs, first Gregoire, and we passed Gregoire, then we were stuck behind Luke's for the whole stage, so you know, you just drive in the dust all the time, it's no good.
It's a game of the rally, no?
Yeah, it's a game, but it's I suppose, yeah, you have to accept it, there's nothing else to do, but you know, you can go, you lose so much time because you're in the dust.
The reigning truck champions of the Dakar, xmas, made their way easily through the deep riverbed today, whilst the Duroy truck of Gerard, the son, had no problems either. 12 tons. Some have four-wheel drive, but it's the service trucks who have six-wheel drives. The Brazilian, Andre de Azevedo, is in second position overall. Meanwhile, the Duroy trucks going so strongly at the head of the field, nothing can stop them. Duroy, a master of building these Dakar trucks, and now Gerard, we see here on board with him, proving that he's got the speed just as his father had, whilst this motorbike says, enough, I'm not going to follow in that dust for another few minutes yet. Tomorrow, stage 7, Tantan to Attar, from Morocco, through the Western Sahara into Mauritania. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for a total stage mileage of 656 miles, including 436 miles of stage in Mauritania? Normally, we do this stage in 2 days. Tomorrow, we're doing it in 1. It is going to certainly sort out the men from the...
Is stage 7, the longest stretch in the race, over 1,000 kilometers from Tantan to Attar. This will be a very long transition stage, swiftly taking the rally from Morocco to Mauritania. The competitors will leave at night for the 345-kilometer link to the border. The start of the special stage will be given on the Mauritanian side. After a very fast first part, this special will tackle the start of the dune fields, with the crossing of the Erg Umagwababa at the end of the stage. This is the only way to get to Attar, where the checkpoint will stay open all night to receive competitors. Let's look at the highlights.
Prepare for a glimpse of hell on earth. From the mud of Europe to the dust bowls of the Sahara, the Dakar Rally, only on Supersport, your channel of champions. Sponsored by Total Quartz Lubricants.
Welcome back to the Dakar. Everybody had to get up very early this morning. In fact, it was still last night. The overall leader coming into the stage out of Spain is Isidre Esteve Puyol. Had a big accident and he lost all his road book. Whilst Luc Alfond was having trouble with his car. Quick look back at what happened yesterday. This is Alfie Cox making his way through the stage, and Richard Sankt running into all sorts of trouble, particularly with that injured arm. PG Lundmark in trouble. Even the brave Swede was having trouble, but Mark Comer was losing his temper. You can't believe it. Middle of nowhere, middle of the desert, and there's a load of water. We're on board with this rider, the camera mounted on the peak of his crash helmet, but he's saying to us, it's absolutely bonkers, it's absolutely absurd. Water in the middle of the desert. The heat, the dust, everything all in with us. Now this is Jutta Kleinschmidt. You remember her problems yesterday, and this is when it happened. Look at the bow wave coming right over the top of the bonnet, and the water going straight into the engine. Similar problems befalling Ari Vatanen as well. whilst Kleinschmidt was left to crawl over the front of the car to try and repair it. This Italian saying, absurd. He says, water in the engine right in the middle of the desert. Fabrizio Pons saying, well, if you tell this story, nobody is going to believe you. Vatanen eventually lost 2 hours and 43 minutes yesterday after he had to wait until his crew came to help him out and turning the engine over with the plugs out. The mid-engine spewing water on the inside of the windscreen. When was the last time you saw that? Probably never. Fabrizio saying it's just not kind. He's going to restart, but we are stuck here. Oh, she says someone else is coming and she rushes off to warn them not to go through the deep water. Even Jutta Kleinschmidt tries to help the bike rider. She herself, of course, having done the Dakar on a bike. Eventually, Vatanen gets the thumbs up. The engine barks into life, and the 3.5-litre V6 is going on all its cylinders, and he's away. Well, at least he's got a freshly washed car. Jutta Kleinschmidt, though, she had to be towed all the way back through the end of the stage by the truck and, of course, the long road section. And she was on her way. We'll catch up with her later. Meanwhile, once the competitors had arrived at the bivouac at service, one of the few areas with GSM coverage kicks in, and he says, well, my friends are never going to believe this, that I'm actually working on the bike. They never even think that I'm a mechanic. The Latvian team are doing very well indeed with their immaculately prepared cars, whilst Vatanen caught up with the world's press. Thumbs up from the Pro Truck boys. Mark Miller home and well into the bivouac last night. Once people have got back, people such as Isabelle Petissier, the former climbing hero out of France, had to prepare her road book. But some people were still out on the road section. The dust getting ever a problem. He says, we've broken the suspension and we're going to try and repair it. The shock absorbers have failed on us. And out in the desert, in the middle of nowhere, there's no street lighting, it's very dark indeed. This trucker saying, our dream of getting to Dakar seems to be twinkling away from us in the distance, but we'll be all right. It was a full moon last night. Bruno Sabi's Volkswagen Touareg had returned, but it was 1 o'clock last night by the time that the sister car of Jutta Kleinschmidt returned, still on the end of the tow rope. A warm round of applause, though, from some of the tourists who had made the long trip down. Jutta saying, I don't know, I didn't know that the water was going to be so deep at that particular point. It was probably over a metre deep. The water came over the top and into the engine, into the cylinders, and we couldn't go any further. Preparations continued. 400 kilometers of road section, he says, ahead of us. That's it. There's no sleep for us tonight. Other people were being rudely awakened.
Oh, it's, I don't know, it's probably about 12:14, so I have about an hour. I'm a little bit anxious.
Scott Harden doing well. He had a good day yesterday. Find out how he did today. Mickey Biasion's car limped home to service. It stayed there. Mickey Biasion is out of the Dakar with his Mitsubishi. Nanny Roma and Richard Sankt were preparing for the long road section of some 250-odd miles and wrapping themselves up warm to try and keep the body heat in. Roma putting the goggles on, the colourless lenses for the night. Thierry Magnaldi and Didier Legal doing well still in this year's event with their V8 buggy. Today's stage, it's stage 7 of the Dakar, long road section 214 miles, then the stage itself 436 miles before they got to Attar. 656 miles. Normally we do this stage over 2 days. The border between Morocco and Mauritania. A chance for people to get some sleep quickly before the start of the stage, even to have a catch-up. Matthew Stevenson with Al Attiyah in the car section. Colin McRae wiping the sleep from his eyes, but this motorcycle rider, it was all too much.
Tout allait bien, j'étais bien, j'étais en forme. Et puis ce matin, dans cette liaison de nuit, là, je tombe en panne de lumière, j'ai pas une grosse pelle.
He says, I've lost the battery. It's no good. I've got a part this evening, but the road from Tantan, well over 620 miles. The section in the middle, so difficult for these trucks. The only news that we've got is that Vladimir Chagin is getting through safely. Gerard de Roy as well, having a good run. Chagin, the reigning champion in the Dakar. Whilst Kabarov, his teammate, in close attendance. He had a fine of €1,000 a couple of days ago for knocking off a motorcyclist on the stage, cutting it a little bit fine, and he's also had a bit of a wigging from the organisers. Carol Laprace having a good run after he had a crash last year, completely destroying his truck, but the former Dakar truck winner in touch. We move on further into Mauritania tomorrow. It's gonna be stage 8 of the Dakar. Short road section and then the main stage, 220 miles. That's 355 kilometers, taking us right to Tajika. Africa beckons. And can you believe it? In the middle of all the dust, there is
Stage 8, 389 kilometers from Attar to Tajika. This shorter stage will let the rally caravan catch its breath following the difficulties of the previous day. After the start in the bed of the Wadi Tungad, the competitors will discover a track that has never been taken up until now, starting at Far Aoun. The high speed of the previous day will now give way to technique, expert driving, and careful navigation between the passes, which are difficult to find. And all of this through breathtaking landscapes. Let's take a look.
Prepare for a glimpse of hell on earth. From the mud of Europe to the dust bowls of the Sahara, the Dakar Rally, only on Supersport, your channel of champions. Sponsored by Total Quartz Lubricants.
Stage 8 of the Dakar 2004, but many people were caught out in the dunes all night. That was before today's stage, and Cyril Dupre was in all sorts of trouble had he wrong slotted. Whilst on four wheels, there were cars going north, south, east and west. Quick look back at what happened on stage 7 of the Dakar 2004. This is Australia's Andy Caldicott. He had had such a good run until yesterday.
I have broken my ankle. Do I keep going or? Pardon me? Do I have to keep going or what do I do? If you can keep going. Well, if you can't, just the valleys, you know.
The gutsy Australian was in all sorts of trouble, but he did get to the finish. The two Kamaz trucks were going great guns. Eventually, Vladimir Chigin was victorious on the stage. It took him 7.5 hours. He leads overall. Gerard de Roy was in touch and jumping for joy whilst his father was in all sorts of engine troubles and had to retire. Only one de Roy left. This is Hanil de Villiers out of South Africa, and he was very lucky indeed to get out of this soft area. Eric Vigouroux already stuck in the sand, and de Villiers absolutely revving the thing to its limit and managing just to get away with it. Catching up now with Eric Vigouroux, he says we're on top of the dune, but there was no visibility. There was then this deep hole, and we finished in the middle of it. Only once we were in it did we realise that we were supposed to remain on top of the dune and avoid going into it. But anyway, I think we've done well so far. It's the first time we got stuck so far today. It could have been a lot worse. Eric Vigouroux did get to the finish, even though he was just creeping it out with the torque of the pushrod V8. Other people just sat it on the limiter and then got stuck. Kenjiro Shinazuka with the Nissan. He knows a trick or two, former winner of the Paris-Dakar. And he went into the Devil's Hole. One of the bikers had got a trophy from one of the works cars. He didn't need it for long. Mardif's Kamaz was following not quite in the wheel tracks of his teammate Vladimir Chigin. As Chigin won the stage, his teammate was in the sands. Nearly head over heels, but just getting away with it. And if these amateurs thought that it was just them that they were having trouble, well, the pros were in the same position as well. And this good level amateur saying, I think it's all over for me today. I fell just after about 10 o'clock this morning on my shoulder, and look at the bike, that's the result. The roadbook's completely shattered and the GPS is all bent. But I'll go on. It's like the Bermuda Triangle. We've just found cars everywhere. It's just littered with them everywhere.
Il est maudit cet endroit là, on est déjà à 6 ou 7 là. En quoi? En 3 quarts d'heure.
Jutta Kleinschmidt with her brand new Volkswagen Touareg Dakar, having just the same kind of luck.
This is power steering, I cannot turn.
The power steering had gone, and it was very, very heavy going indeed. She couldn't really find the best way out of the soft stand. Fabrizia Pons giving her a push, and she went backwards, but guess what else happened? Look at Fabrizia on the left. She holds her head in her hands.
Elle a plus de direction assistée.
This Schlesser mechanic saying, She's got no power steering, so she just can't feel where the wheels are. That's if she can turn it. So heavy. And all of these problems not only befalling the competitors, but some of the official cars as well. They were stuck in those dunes. This is Jose Maria Servia, teammate to Jean-Louis Schlesser. Fundamental sparking problems. Nothing, nothing, nothing. And then it went dark. At the stage finish, the trucks and the cars were arriving, including the Latvian crew. A picture says 1,000 words. And here is Antoine Morel out of France, arriving on his quad. He says, well, at least a polite translation, not a stage for softies. There are going to be many, many people caught behind me this evening.
Jamais vu ça, moi. 14 Dakar, j'ai jamais vu ça. Là, il va y avoir du monde dans les...
Many people going to be caught behind him.
C'est impossible qu'il sorte, les gars.
But he's done well to get there. And as soon as darkness falls, not only is it equally as difficult in the sand, but you completely lose your sense of direction. No glow of streetlights in the distance, and it was causing problems for three-time Dakar winner René Mech. He'd lost his co-driver. Do you need help? Where are you? And in the end he says, well, follow the light from the camera that's near me. Come towards the light.
Viens vers la lumière.
Eventually, his co-driver, who is a journalist for French newspaper L'Equipe, appears, but he's only got 3 of the sandboards. He's been digging them out of the sand after they moved the car after it got stuck. And soon, Mech has to go off and find them. And a 3-time Dakar winner knows a trick or two. Keep looking, keep feeling, keep going around in circles. Et voilà.
T'as retrouvé Bernard et les plaques.
But his co-driver saying we really should put some string on the end of these boards so we can find them in the deep sand quickly and easily next time. And off they go. Mech and Chevalier in the rally. Another one of the Latvian cars in the big dune and then getting stuck. Everybody got stuck yesterday. And it's pretty easy with a 2,000 kilogram car, but what about a 12-ton truck? Digging to Australia is not the word. Now, these drivers trying to stop that car going over the dune into their own car. He says this place is just wicked, evil, and now it's dangerous. I'm now guiding people with this light to stop them going over the dune and hitting my car. A minute ago, I actually got hit by a truck. Truck looks as if it's got lots of momentum. Momentum. But of course, he himself then has to stop before he goes headlong over the dune into the blue Gauloise car. Now, the etiquette on the Dakar is if you are the other side of a dune and your car is stranded, is to put your crash helmet on top of the dune. But obviously, this driver didn't know that trick of the trade. It's a sign that the drivers have between themselves. Don't cross the dune here. Danger the other side.
A lot of cars. Where you should start? Here, this way. All the car parts.
Many people with torches, but woefully inadequate. He's race driver saying, I'm going to maybe bake a cake, but I'm afraid it's going to be made of sand. But the big news, former Truck Dakar winner Jan de Rooij, with his DAF, engine maladies, out of the rally, going no further. And also the former leader on two wheels out of Spain, Isidre Esteve Puyol, with his Repsol KTM. Fundamental problems, a brand new single-cylinder KTM engine being put into the frame, and he eventually arrived about 7 or 8 or 9 hours after the rest of them. He says, I got into the finish at 3:15, but I'd spoken to people on the telephone and I'd just been told that the stage was terrible, very complicated, big mess with my engine, and we've had to change it. Today's stage, it's stage 8 of Dakar 2004. We go further and deeper into Mauritania. A short road section, but then a 355-kilometre stage, 220 miles, Attar to Tajika. The plains got bigger and wider. The scenery continued to get more and more spectacular into Mauritania. But there were massive problems today. This is the easy route. However, at the beginning of the stage, at about kilometre 40, about 25 miles into the stage, the road book said you've got to follow a cap, follow a compass direction. But that compass direction, the actual route, was nigh on impossible. Many of the professional people saying that they would be still in there in a week's time. However, just a little to the right, around another valley, was a road, and many people didn't know that that road was there, and one of them was Cyril Desprez. The number 2 Gaulois KTM rider got completely lost. He went up the wrong valley, and Desprez says he's had the worst day of his life. He also fell early. His knee knocked a wire off the GPS system. The GPS was playing up, and instead of stopping and repairing it properly, he kept fiddling with it. Didn't really get it done properly, just kept botching it. He then ran out of fuel. He's been trimming fuel out of his tanks for the last couple of days, and his management have been saying, just be careful, always give yourself a bit of leeway. But no, he ran out of fuel 1.5 kilometers before the refueling, and Desprez in trouble, and he has lost an enormous amount of time today. 24th on the stage, 1 hour and 14 minutes gone for the Frenchman. But it was Richard Sanct who had a good run together with his teammate Jean Brucy. Sanct 3rd on the stage, 8 minutes back of the eventual stage winner, and it's Sanct who is in touch in 2nd position overall. Jean Brucy, what a brilliant ride that Brucy's been having this year. Really the water carrier for the French team of Sanct, Desprez and himself. And Brucy is in 3rd position overall. Here's Nani Roma. He continues to lead the Dakar today because he was victorious on the stage here into Tajika. He won the stage by just over 6 minutes. Roma now has a commanding lead, relatively speaking, in this year's Dakar terms at least, of just over 8 minutes. It's Roma leading from Richard Sanct in 2nd, Jean Brucy in 3rd. All 3 of them covered by less than 15 minutes after 21 hours of running. Just as well, Roma's a big, strong guy. He just picks up that KTM single. Weighs about 200 kilograms when it's full of juice. He picks it up as if it's a push bike. Now here's Alfie Cox with Francois Flick and Fabrizio Mioni. Mioni at the back here, but they had all ran into problems. Cox was absolutely apoplectic with his own mistake. Today, he lost 50 minutes. Mioni was crashing, and he managed to somehow keep 5th. Cox is 4th overall. 5th overall is Oliver Setter out of Norway. Navigation went badly today for him. He followed Mioni, who was also making mistakes. Once they got on the narrow road through the Mauritanian Grand Canyon, it was a surprising sight to see PG Lundmark not wheeling on the rear wheel. He kept it steady, he kept it clean. PG Lundmark, 7th today. He's 6th in the overall standings, just over an hour back of Roma, leading overall. Jacek Chakor and Mark Coma. Coma 8th today, Chakor 9th. And here's Scott Harden out of the USA. What a brilliant run this 48-year-old is having on the Red Bull USA KTM squad. He only got the call-up a couple of weeks before January the 1st after Casey McCoy, who should have been riding, broke his leg. Scott Harden was going to be the team manager. What a superb job he is doing. 9th overall. Brilliant, brilliant run. Patsy Quick is still in the rally, although she got in at about 8 o'clock this morning into Attar. De Azevedo having a good run as well. Today's stage, another victory for Spain's Nani Roma ahead of Jean Brucy and Richard Sankt, who went together. Isidre Esteve Puyol was quick on the stage, but he's out of the top 50 in the overall standings. Overall, Roma leads from Sankt, Jean Brucy, Alfie Cox, and Palander's Oliver Setta, just over an hour behind. Nani Roma, the victor today, saying a very difficult and technical stage. The track that was in the roadbook was so difficult to find, and even then I lost it sometimes. Then I went on with Richard and Alfie and followed them for most of the time. And then in the end, I managed to somehow get ahead. Cyril Dupre, a day in hell. Everything happened today that was bad for me, but it's a race. At about kilometer 30, I fell and I broke my GPS, and then when I arrived in the wedge, which is a dry riverbed, I got completely lost. I lost time, I got nervous, I got twitchy, I got very disillusioned.
You know, some of the leaders got lost. There was a lot of places to get lost. I don't know how the hell I found this place.
Moving on to four wheels, we are with the Toyota Araco team machine of Jean-Jacques Ratte on board with him, and just giving you an idea of how difficult the conditions were out there today. We've had an enormous sandstorm here in the middle of Mauritania. Indeed, there was thunder and lightning at the beginning of the stage at Attar about 11 o'clock once the last people were leaving the bivouac. And the wind is well up, at least 30 miles an hour, and it's just sandblasting everything in its wake. But Ratte, a very experienced competitor on the Dakar, saying this is going to be a day where everybody is going to get lost. The scenery is going to continue to get more and more spectacular, particularly tomorrow, stage 9, when we pass the Elephant Rocks. Now, this was the crossroads of probably this year's Dakar. Everybody getting it into spaghetti junction mode. Demavius, Shinazuka, Sabi, Jutta Kleinschmidt. They were all going this way, then the other, even one of the Thai drivers going the wrong way. They were trying to find the right route. They had been given a cap setting, but it was going to be impossible to drive over boulders that were at least 3 feet in diameter. Everybody then just had to do a lattice job to try and crisscross the desert to find the right road, and it was Hiroshi Mashioka who did find the right route. He soon got on his way and was actually second quickest at the first control point, only losing out to his teammate, Stefan Pederhansel. on board with Masuoka with his special lightweight glasses. He's got 3 pairs of them. One that is colourless, one slightly tinted, and one full sunglass mode. But he's been offered a suite by his co-driver, and the reigning and 2-time Dakar winner gratefully takes it. However, drama for Hiroshi Masuoka in the middle of Mauritania today on stage 8. He had a gearbox problem and he was stuck in the middle of nowhere. He's lost a full hour today. And Masuoka losing even more time later in the stage, an hour and 34 minutes down. He slipped to 3rd overall. That meant that his teammate Stefan Pederhansel, who was leading at the first control point, found his way through everything. A very hard day for the former 6-time champion of the Dakar on 2 wheels. He got lost a couple of times or so and then had a puncture. But he said it was a much harder stage than even he expected. Rather like a trial, he said, for Dougie Lampkin. Never mind cars. Everybody did find the right road after kilometre 40. And then it was just a case of follow the leader. Damavius, Andrea Meyer and Jean-Louis Schlesser all teamed up. But Damavius had a good run. He was 3rd overall today. 32 minutes back at Pederhansel, but Damavius has now gone up to 2nd position in the overall standings after stage 8 of Dakar 2004, after Masuoka has slipped to 3rd. Pederhansel leads by just over an hour. Damavius has got an advantage of 18 minutes over Masuoka. This is Jean-Louis Schlesser. He was 4th today. Another 25 minutes back of Gregoire Damavius, and this is why he had a puncture just a few kilometres before the refuelling. But the main news out of Schlesser's camp tonight is how angry he is that he didn't find the right road. He lost probably 30 minutes this morning, and he's annoyed that other people did find the right route this morning. This is Luc Alfond, 5th today, and he's 5th in the overall standing. So 2 BMW X5s in the top 5, just as Luc Alfond was hoping would happen by the time we had left Parc Fermé at scrutineering at the beginning of the rally. Now this is Ari Vatanen, stuck in the sands, and after having had those problems with the engine, a couple of days ago, he and co-driver Juha Repo digging themselves out. This is McRae.
The transmission, something's broken. And we only have the front wheels driving, but not much. we can't move in the sand. We've tried 3 times now and it just keeps sinking, so we have to wait.
Well, McRae did wait, and eventually it was his South African teammate, Camille de Villiers, who did turn up. Now, remember that de Villiers was running way down the order because he finished so way down the order on yesterday's stage. The cars, the bikes, the trucks all start their relative stages in the finishing positions of the previous day's stage. Front-wheel drive only from McRae. Look at the front wheel spinning, the rears just being trailed along, and he has yet to arrive into the bivouac at the time of this broadcast. So Pederhansel victorious on the stage today, half the distance of yesterday's stage, but nearly the same time. Victorious ahead of Kleinschmidt. She may have a steward's decision go against her this evening because they've changed the engine block with the Volkswagen. Overall, Pederhansel from Damavius, Masuoka, Schlesser and Luc Alfond. Mitsubishi ahead of BMW. Schlesser in there in 4th.
On a tremblé toute la journée, on s'est perdu, on avait
the winner and overall leader of the Dakar this evening, Stefan Pederhansel, saying we were twitchy all day, we got lost a couple of times, we really had to think up a way out. We lost the track a couple of times, we did a real trial in some stony areas, and we had the impression that we were going to lose an enormous amount of time, but it seems at the end of the day that we had a good day, especially after Masuoka's problems. We were ahead of it, and it means we done well. Gregoire here saying the originality of this stage is half that of yesterday's, but we did it in the same time. Very, very, very soft sand all of the time. We had to go very slowly. We did a real trial in first gear, but I'm happy to be here and I'm finished.
une super navigation.
Dominique Houzeau saying good navigation from my co-driver, good compass direction. Had the impression that we were going around in circles as all the bikes were going everywhere in front of us. We didn't see any tracks, but we did a good stage.
Notre spécial, on n'a rencontré personne.
The trucks have had a good day. It was Carol Laprace who had the best day of all, though. This, though, is Gerard de Roy, son of Jan. Jan retiring overnight, coming to Attar, a point of departure this morning. But it was Carol Laprace who was fastest on the stage, ahead of Vladimir Chigin and Andre de Azevedo out of Brazil. At the time of this broadcast, Chagin leads overall from de Azevedo and Laprace. We await Gerard de Roy at the finish line. Will Laprace be able to be the victor, or will it be Chagin? Tomorrow's stage, we go further south in Mauritania. It's going to be stage 9, short road section, and then get this, 460 miles. Normally, we do this stage in 2 days because Tchit is in the middle. That's where the refueling point is, all the way to Neymar. Stefan Pederhansel did this stage 5 years ago. He left first, he got to the bivouac first, and it was dark. It's going to be very, very difficult indeed. From Tajika, it's goodbye.